Please be seated. Convention will please come to order. We'll ask the delegates to stand and receive the invocation from Mr. Morris Adams, Secretary-Treasurer of the Harrison County Central Labor Union.
Our Heavenly Father, we are thankful to Thee for Thy goodness and Thy mercy to us. We are especially grateful for this great country and for the opportunity it provides to work with Thee in the service of others. May the hours glow with the glory of Thy presence, and in all things we do, may we be mindful of Thy good spirit. We come to Thee with real regrets and with high hopes, each one of us with a prayer of our own. If we are weary, strengthen us. If we are worried, grant to us a peace that calms anxiety. If we are wayward in thought and deed, be Thou our rock and our fortress. If we are forever seeking our own way, help us to see that there may be other ways. And above all, help us to see Thy way. Give to us the initiative, the strength, and the courage to continue our work to Thy glory and for the good of all. These things we ask in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Before we call on the chairman of the Credentials Committee to give the final report, I want to announce some changes on the Elections Committee. I've asked Mr. J.R. Saucerman to replace Bob Thomas, who had to leave from Jackson. And I discovered after we'd adjourned yesterday that we had two ACWA people on this committee, so we swapped Doris Miller from Miss Mary Smith from Meridian. So the committee now will be Clark Massey, Chairman, Leroy Williams, J.R. Saucerman, Eula Liston, Tommy Estes, and Miss Mary Smith from Meridian. Now, when we get ready to start the election, I'd suggest that the members of the committee meet out front with Secretary-Treasurer Thomas Knight, and Stanton Smith will also be out there to try to help you figure out the fastest way of counting ballots, okay? This will be shortly after 10 o'clock. Now, after we receive the final report of the Credentials Committee, we're going to try to get some of the business out of the way, take up a couple of resolutions prior to the election in order that we won't be spending too much time this afternoon. At this point, we recognize the chairman of the Credentials Committee, Vice President James Jackson.
Thank you, Claude. This is the final report of the Credentials Committee. During the course of this convention, we've registered 93 guests, 213 delegates representing 81 local unions, representing 11 central bodies, joint boards, our state building trade associations, and 9 members who registered as board members and not from their locals. This is your final report. I'd like to read the names of the committee. Linda D. Hawks, Rose Eva Mack, Audrey Perriman, Amy Hollowell, Mildred Andrews, Billy C. Williams, and Floyd Berry. This committee, of course, was very ably supported by the girls from the state office, Mrs. Phillips and Mrs. Morgan, along with Secretary-Treasurer Knight. The committee moves the adoption of this final report and the dismissal of the committee with thanks to the convention.
You've heard the committee's report. The motion to seat all delegates have been certified by the committee. Dismiss the committee with the thanks of the convention. We have a discussion on the motion. Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you, Brother Jackson. This time we're going to recognize the chairman of the Legislative Committee, Vice President Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first resolution that we want to deal with today is resolution number 3, judicial reform. I would think Ray Bryant. If you will turn to page number 2 when you have your resolution, we want to make a few changes, and then we will read it in its entirety. The only change will be in the conclusion, in your final resolve, dealing with items 1, 2, 3, and we will make some additions and some transitions. We would renumber the present number 3 in the final and number this 5. Then we would add a new 3 to read as follows: abolish the Justice of the Peace Court. 4, establish a small claims court for each county. Such small claims court to be presided over by a qualified practicing attorney whose salary is to be fixed by the legislature. We don't normally promote business for lawyers, Ransom. Now, there's some real good thinking behind this, frankly. Then you would renumber, as I said earlier, the present number 3 to be number 5. Now, we think this does hold some significance. Okay, we'll proceed to read resolution number 3. Judicial reform. Whereas organized labor has always been a staunch defender of the American system of government, we firmly believe it is the best system yet devised by man. Even so, we believe there is much room for improvement within the system. This is especially true at the state level and certainly is true in our own state of Mississippi. And whereas Mississippi's system of government is patterned after the federal system, namely executive, legislative, and judicial, and whereas for many years our legislature was malapportioned and did not properly represent the citizens of our state, this matter was corrected by court a few years ago, and as a result, much good has been accomplished. And whereas the 1970 census indicates the legislature needs to be reapportioned again if it is to be representative of the people. And whereas Mississippi's judicial system cries out for reform, Many studies have been made concerning this matter, and all agree that a complete overhaul of our courts is badly needed. This is especially true as far as the Justice of Peace Court is concerned. Many of these JP courts are a mockery of justice. Instead of meting out justice, they compound injustice and bring disrepute upon the whole judicial system. One of the major reasons for this is the fee system under which the court operates. Many of these JPs are only concerned over the fees they will collect as a result of each conviction instead of being interested in justice. And whereas Mississippi is divided into 3 judicial districts, and the various members of the Mississippi Supreme Court are elected from their respective districts. This also applies in the various lesser court districts, and whereas these districts have never been reapportioned since the Constitution was adopted in 1890. As a result, there is wide disparity of population in these districts, and whereas if members of the Mississippi Supreme Court, as well as other officials elected from these districts, are to be truly representative of people, reapportionment is mandatory. Now therefore be it resolved that the 5th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO respectfully calls upon the 1971 session of the legislature to enact legislation to do the following. 1, reapportion both houses of the legislature whereby they will conform with the 1970 census. 2, reapportion all judicial districts whereby they will conform with the theory of one man, one vote. 3, abolish the Justice of Peace Court. 4, establish a small claims court for each county, such small claims court to be presided over by a qualified practicing attorney whose salary is to be fixed by the legislature. 5, establish uniform rules of judicial procedure in all counties. Mr. Chairman, this is presented by your executive board, has been dealt with by your legislative committee, and they move the adoption.
You've heard the committee's report and the motion to adopt resolution number 3 as amended by the committee. I might say they've done a good job of completing the resolution, even though it might be a lawyer's bill. Are we having a discussion on the motion? Brother Stanley?
W.O. Stanley, CWA Local 3511. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in favor of this resolution. A few years ago, I was privileged to serve on a judicial reform study committee by the State Bar Association and the American Judicature Society. As a citizen of the state, I didn't really realize some of the problems with our judicial system. I'd like to call your attention and try to stimulate some interest in this, because it can be controversial, because there will be people such as the JPs that will be opposed to this.
Certainly. All means they'll be opposed to it.
Yesterday and day before, and you'll probably be hearing it from time to time, you'll hear people talking about believing in law and order. And I think we all believe in law and order, but there's another part to that triangle: law and order and justice.
Right.
Throughout the history of mankind, man has never been able to seek justice from the executive branch of government, or man has never been able to seek justice from the legislative branch of government. The only place he can seek justice is through the judicial system or through the courts. And we don't want to forget that there ought to be law and order and justice. Where does the average citizen come to court? It's in the courts of lower jurisdiction, the JPs, or the small claims. The citizens of this state, this nation, have a right to be disgusted with our judicial system for the kind of mockery of courts that they are confronted with. We do need reform. and we need it badly. And you're going to have in the press and in other media opposition to some of the progressive judicial reform, and there's just some listed here. There's many others that this state needs and this nation needs. And I would urge strong support, not only by your vote here, by your actions back home in support of judicial reform in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Stanley. Brother Hannon?
Mr. Chairman, J.B. Hanna, Service Employees Local 572. Of course, as many times as I've been harassed by some of the courts and the law officers, I'm in support of revision too, but there's one question that bothers me a little here, and that is this. Who is going to decide the qualifications of such practice as an attorney? Is it going to be an elective post, or is it going to be appointive? If it's going to be an appointive system where somebody like the one-armed bandit we have in the seat that's supposed to be filled in Jackson, Mississippi, then I think we ought to go further in detail and ask the legislature and the draftsmen to please draw this law so it will be an elective and let the people decide on the qualifications. Of course, when these politicians get out and talk about the qualifications, then the voters can decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Hannon. Any further discussion? The chairman of the committee would like to comment briefly. Brother Schaefer.
Your committee saw a real important option here in the changes that they drafted. Really, we were talking about election procedures for this man, and at the present time, it seems to be the general consensus of our people, and I'm talking about the labor movement, that true democracy can be carried out through a ballot procedure, probably better than appointment. This might be questioned. Now, the other thing is, if you'll note, and this is really the purpose for changing and making the present 3, number 5, establish uniform rules of judicial procedure in all counties. This is one of the biggest handicaps to a labor practicing attorney probably that exists. From county to county, if you don't follow my procedures, then you're overruled on a technicality, more for time consuming than anything else in many, many cases. The other thing was whether or not a salary would be set county-wise for this small claims court judge by supervisors or by legislature. Then, looking at our conclusion, establish uniform rules of judicial procedures in all counties, this would have to be done by the legislature and not by a board of supervisors. If you do this, then you've got 82 different salaries probably for the man doing the same job for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Schaefer. Do we have any further discussion on the committee's report to adopt resolution number 3 as amended? If not, all in favor of the motion to adopt signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. You have another one, don't you? Good.
The next one is resolution number 11, entitled State Police Force.
Before he gets started on this one, I'm going to ask the Elections Committee to please go out and meet with Brother Knight at the desk and get yourselves organized and get ready to conduct the election. It's going to come off here in a few minutes. Brother Knight, I'm asking the committee to come out and meet with you now in order that you can get them properly organized and ready to conduct the election. That's Clark Massey, Leroy Williams, Eula Liston, Tommy Estes, Mary Smith, and J.O. Hitchcock. Okay? All right, Brother Sheriff.
Your committee has given a lot of time and study and thought to this, and they wish to make some amendments from the copy which you received in your folder. And if you'll follow, and if I go too fast, holler, we will slow up in order for you to get these amendments. The first would be in the first paragraph, reading the third sentence, I believe, since enactment of the bill, this state police force has strike taken on all aspects of a Gestapo, and substitute in that, in many opinions, been misused. In many opinions, been misused. Then, after governing authorities strike, they have been used to harass members of organized labor, etc. Strike the rest of this paragraph.
What paragraph is that?
That's the first paragraph. And in the second whereas, strike Gestapo and replace this with police force. And this paragraph will be composed of that sentence. After or beginning with the word under the present governor, delete the rest of this paragraph.
Delete the part about the government.
Yeah, right.
Dropping it.
Uh-huh. Let me say it this way, and I think it'd be easier. Under the second whereas, it would read as follows, with the amendment on the first or the second word. It says, this police force is costing the taxpayers of our state thousands and thousands of dollars each year, which could be spent to improve and provide other needed services. And that concludes that whereas. Then moving on to the third, remains the same. Fourth remains the same. The other change is in the be it further resolved. We would strike Gestapo and substitute for that governor's police force. Any question on the changes?
I read this.
Okay, we'll read it in its entirety. Let me say this in the way of a comment. Maybe it'll help your thoughts as we go through. The full purpose of this is, at the next opportunity to deal with House Bill 564, to deal with House Bill 564, restore the Highway Patrol back to their original intent and purpose. Whereas in 1964, the Mississippi legislature passed House Bill 564, which in effect created a state police force. This bill added 200 men to the State Highway Patrol and provided that the governor could use them in cases of extreme emergencies. Since enactment of the bill, this state police force has, in many opinions, been misused. They have harassed individual citizens. They have usurped the authority of local governing authorities. And whereas this police force is costing the taxpayers of our state thousands and thousands of dollars each year, which could be spent to improve and provide other needed services. And whereas if and when an extreme emergency does occur and the local police is unable to cope with the situation, the National Guard can be mobilized in a matter of minutes to assist local governing authorities. The National Guard is trained in riot control and demonstrated during the Jackson State incident that they can control any situation that may develop in the future. And whereas the provisions of House Bill 564 will be up for consideration by the legislature in 1972. The legislature can at that time reduce the size of the Highway Patrol, strip them of their state police authority, and there was a misspelled word there, and return them to patrolling the dangerous highways in Mississippi where they rightfully belong. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mississippi AFL-CIO 5th Biennial Convention does go on record in opposition to the continuation of this state police force, and be it further resolved that we urge the 1972 session of the legislature to abolish the governor's police force in our state and return the Highway Patrol to the status it had prior to 1964. Respectfully submitted, the Executive Board of Mississippi AFL-CIO and your committee moves the adoption of this resolution.
You've heard the committee's report. The motion to adopt the resolution number 11, as amended by the committee. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Might say the committee's done a good job of cleaning up the language in the resolution. We have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 11, signify it by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. I'd like for the gentleman from the press to take note of the changes in the resolution. Do you have any other resolutions to report? Is this complete?
This completes the legislative committee's work. I would like to thank all of them, and in the interest of time, we will not mention their names again, but it's been a real pleasure to work for them, and we ask the convention to dismiss the committee.
You've heard Brother Schaefer's motion to dismiss his committee with the thanks of the convention. Do we have any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Schaefer, your committee's done a good job. Thank you very much. Do we have any other committees that could report while we're waiting on the election committee to get back out here? Brother Johnson? You ready? Come on up here and we'll try to... Any other committees now that might be ready to report, if you'll come on up here, we'll try to get some of this business out of the way before we start the election. Once we get that started, it's going to take a couple of hours to get it out of the way. Brother Johnson, chairman of the Officers' Report Committee.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. If you look in your kit, you have a report in there that says Officer's Report. It's quite lengthy. We intend to condense it down so we don't take very little of your time. In conformity with the Constitution of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, this report will be concerned itself with the activities of the full-time officers, the Executive Committee, and the Executive Board since adjournment of their last convention in 1968. In organizing, the State Council has continued to be one of their main projects in organizing, and they have worked entirely with the organizing group which is set up by the state here, which they have been working with since the beginning of it. And I think that is due largely to the number of new members we have gained in the past since the last convention. Several thousand have been added. In public relations, I think the organization has done an extreme good job in public relations. Since our last convention, considerable time and money has been spent on a number of projects. They have spent much time on the college campuses, universities, and high schools. Several thousand pieces of literature has been passed out. So this is an area which is very important to this organization, is to try to get the public informed as to what organized labor is, and I think they've done a good job. The Executive Board has agreed to co-sponsor 2 programs designed to bring about better understanding in our system of government and the role it plays in free enterprise. These programs are the Council on Economic Education and the Clergy Economical Council. And so far these programs are being held very highly, and people are real appreciative. The State Council people have recently attended or participated in the 1970 of the Mississippi Intercollegiate Council, which is a new organization of all your colleges in the state. Charitable organizations continue to receive the support and the program of the State Council, officers, and Executive Committee. Programs like the UGF, the March of Dimes. Labor continues to be one of labor's problems continues to be in the educational field, and this is a top priority program for them. The FFL still continues to co-sponsor with the Southern Council the Southern Labor School, which was held in Mississippi last year at the Mississippi State University. And I might say that convention was council was well attended, and we had quite a representation for the Mississippi there. In the field of conferences and conventions, the State Council officers have attended numerous meetings of conferences and executive boards and associations. In the political field, there has been not too much going on. Your president took off time during the presidential election, or national president election, for 2 months and worked with the Hubert Humphrey campaign, which I think he done an excellent job, because he mustered more votes for the Democratic Party in this state than has ever been since Franklin Roosevelt. The committee would like to recommend to you this officer's report, and this is only a few things that this organization has done that we vote on here each year. And we think they're doing an excellent job, and we move that this report be adopted.
You've heard the committee's report and the motion to adopt. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. We're going to ask the chairman of the organizing committee at this time, Brother Cornelius Forrest, if he's ready. Can you talk this morning?
Well, thank you, Brother Ramsey. On organizing the first line, this is resolution number 8. You will strike the word enjoy and insert have in the first line in the first whereas. In the first sentence where it said continue to enjoy, want to strike enjoy and insert have. They might be drawing a low salary, but they don't enjoy. In the third whereas, in the second line, strike the word a after this state is A, strike A, and insert the. And insert S and make this union plural. Put S on unions. Down on the fourth line in the same whereas, strike the word A. And in the fifth line, add S to union and strike is and add the word R. This in the fifth line of the third whereas. Repeat. You got the word repeat A, strike A. Labor unions put S on unions and strike is and put R. We will now read in its entirety. Resolution number 8, organizing the unorganized. Whereas the citizens of the state of Mississippi continue to have the lowest per capita income of any state in the nation, as they have for decades and decades, and whereas the state government, through its research and development branch, has adopted a slogan conceived by imbeciles, designed only to confuse imbeciles, of 75 by 75, supposedly meaning that this outfit would raise the per capita income of Mississippians to 75% of the national average by 1975. After some years of operation, we have no knowledge of this high-costing outfit raising wages one iota or adding a single job to the state's economy. Furthermore, any thinking person knows that Mississippi cannot progress economically by continuing to offer low wages, no taxes, free land, free buildings, no unions, because unions might raise wages, as a bait to attract some fly-by-night operator to locate a plant in this state, and who might operate for a short while and then move his tent and silently steal away, as a number of them have. And whereas the only existing thing we have which can and will work toward raising per capita income of citizens of this state is the labor unions. State officials will not do it, local officials will not do it, the research and development bunch will not do it, industry will not do it. We repeat, labor unions are the only thing we have which can raise the income of citizens of this state and stop exploitation of working people in this state. Too often, the working people are victims of conspiracy between public officials, Chamber of Commerce, and other such organizations and industries designed to keep wages low, resulting in keeping Mississippians at the bottom income-wise, and of having our people subsidized out of state operators who pay the lowest wages possible and pile up high profits which are carried away and spent elsewhere. And whereas, as previously stated, state officials, local officials, civic groups, so-called law enforcement officers, and news media too frequently aid and give their blessings to defeat the agency which would alleviate conditions that we all live hard, low per capita income. And whereas industry today, almost without exception, will employ so-called labor consultants upon learning that a union is attempting to organize employees. These people specialize in creating fear, use lies, and neuter breaking of the law in spirit, if not in fact, and sometimes even break the law if they think they can get away with it. From time to time, schemes are entered into with officials, so-called citizens committee, and other groups to keep wages down by defeating the union in an organizing effort, thus continuing Mississippi on the bottom economically. And whereas from time to time, thugs, company-inspired, community-inspired, or perhaps even self-inspired, attack union representatives. From time to time, law enforcement officers harass and even today arrest union representatives who are breaking no laws, simply attempting to bring a union to a group of people, throw them into jail and trump up charges, scout around and find someone to sign a charge, haul them before a justice of peace, kangaroo court, and convict them. And whereas we call upon every international union and national AFL-CIO in cases where such has occurred or where such may in the future occur, to institute every conceivable type of action against those involved using every conceivable law, state, federal, civil rights, liberal, civil damage, or otherwise. We also call upon them to involve every individual who can conceivably be involved in such suits, knowing that on certain occasions it could involve the governor, highway patrol heads, patrolmen, sheriffs, deputies, local police. Balance agriculture with industry officials, civic groups, news media, company officials, and perhaps others. We are convinced that once an example is made of such people and such schemes are broken up, organizing can be conducted without such interference, and that the state can begin to make progress economically. And we can forget such drivel as 75 by 75. Now therefore be it resolved that we call on every component of AFL-CIO to cooperate to the fullest extent in aiding the working people of this state, and thus removing Mississippi from the bottom of the economic ladder and helping the state's economy. We call upon every international union having members or a potential in the state to intensify its organizing efforts in every possible way, including the assignment of more staff men to the state. We call upon the national AFL-CIO to do likewise. We urge the use of every tool at our command, organizing, legal, public relation, and others in this effort. And be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be sent to the president of the AFL-CIO, the director of organization of the AFL-CIO, and to the president of every international union affiliated with AFL-CIO, having membership or potential membership in the state, respectively submitted by the Executive Board of Mississippi AFL, and the committee moves for its adoption and beg to be excused with the blessings of this convention.
You've heard the committee's report, the motion to adopt resolution number 8 as amended by the committee. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 8 signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. We shall take note of resolution number 8 and send a copy of it to the R&D Center. How about the elections committee? Are they ready yet? You ready? Ready to conduct the election? I think that if it's agreeable with the group here, that we have a distinguished member of the Mississippi Senate with us here this morning from all the way up in Corinth, Mississippi, and if it's all right with the convention, we'll hold off on the election and bring that gentleman on, let him make his speech. I understand he needs to leave by noon. Is this agreeable? Any objections? Theodore, come on up here, friend, and tell us what we need to do about this situation in Mississippi. I thought it would be most appropriate to have the distinguished senator from Corinth to speak after we'd adopted resolution number 8. I've been knowing this gentleman for a number of years, of course, before he was ever elected to the Senate from Corinth. I met him several years ago. At that time, he was a colonel in the United States Air Force, and became very fond of him. And he and I have often talked about many of the problems that we discussed in Resolution number 8. Theodore decided to come back to Mississippi after he had retired from the Air Force. He decided that he had run for the Senate from Alcorn and Tishomingo counties, I believe, Tipper counties. And of course he was elected, and he was elected, my friends, with the open endorsement of our labor movement in that section, and that endorsement was made an issue in the campaign. And instead of apologizing for it, Theodore just says, well, hell yes, I'm proud of the support of working people. I want everybody's votes, and he won the thing hands down. I was in his county not too long ago when a modular home manufacturer from Avon, New York, brought in I forget how many train loads now of prefabricated homes to be erected in Corinth to replace homes that had been destroyed by the tornado up there. I was asked to come to Corinth, frankly, because there's going to be a number of dignitaries there, that this company was planning on establishing a plant in Corinth that would eventually employ 2,000 people. And the company said that there was two prerequisites to them locating in Corinth. One was that they had a union contract in Avon, and that they would like to extend that contract to cover their operation in Corinth. And another one of those prerequisites was that they also had to agree to employ blacks as well as white people in this plant. And of course, the Chamber of Commerce didn't like the idea too much about the union contract, I understand, but after realizing that 2,000 jobs at X amount of money per week would pump a lot of money into the county's economy, they reluctantly agreed that Avon should locate in Corinth, Mississippi. Now, of course, I'm sure that my good friend Theodore Smith went along with this because of his views on a number of things, and the fact that organized labor did support him in the last election, and 2,000 more votes up there would mean a whole lot to him if he decided to run for office again. So with these remarks, I want to say that we have with us today one of the finest people that I've ever met, one of the most outstanding members of the Mississippi Senate. We never have to worry where he is on a given issue or subject. Some people you do have to twist their arms once in a while, but I know where Theodore is and what he's going to do on any bill that comes up that affects us. Theodore, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Claude. I am sincerely grateful to you for your kind introduction, and I am also grateful for the opportunity of coming before this convention and speaking to this distinguished group of Mississippians and people. I think it's very good that this convention would hear some politicians. As you know the outward appearance of a politician, and I think you ought to become acquainted with the way they look and the way they appear. You know, it's said that a politician has three attributes outside. One is that he must wear horn-rimmed glasses so that he'll look sophisticated. Another one is that he must have some graying in the temples so that he'll look distinguished. And the third is that he must have a pretty good case of hemorrhoids so he'll look concerned. So if you see a person walking around on the streets with those outside attributes, why, you can say, hello, politician. On yesterday, I heard someone say that my section of the state of Mississippi, northeast Mississippi, and I don't say that I could disagree with him,
was probably the most anti-union section of the state. But for about 26 years I spent in the Air Force, and I traveled all over the world and had the opportunity of seeing a lot of the world. But all during that time I received the AFL-CIO cope, whether it was in India or China or Japan or Korea or wherever. So I was quite familiar with what the labor union stood for, what it believed in, and what it was trying to accomplish not only for Mississippi but for the nation. And as a result of that knowledge, it happened to be that those principles and those ideas and those ambitions happened to coincide with what I believed in. So it was rather natural that when I came back and I decided to move back to Mississippi instead of some other place, in order to try my best, if I possibly could, to try to help the people of Mississippi, because I owed Mississippi a lot of debt. Because Mississippi is made up of the finest people in the world, basically. And I really, instead of accepting some of the lucrative jobs that I was offered as a retired full colonel, I wanted to come back and try my best to try to lift up and raise that per capita income, if I possibly could, for the people of Mississippi. So coming back, and some of the labor people in my area said to me, would you like to have a public endorsement after I had been questioned and talked to them? Would you like to have a public endorsement or a secret endorsement? And I said, well, in the first place, I'd be glad to have a public endorsement. And I sure as the world don't want to have a secret endorsement, because if I'm going to sleep with a girl at night, I'm going to take her to breakfast the next morning. So I don't want any of this secret stuff. So with that public endorsement and it going all over the county and to all of the manufacturing establishments and being peddled all throughout the area as something bad, why, I guess I accepted that endorsement sort of like the engineers, you know, they say a bumblebee absolutely cannot fly. And I was a pilot for 26 years, flying every type of airplane that the Air Force had. But all engineers said that a bumblebee, from an engineering standpoint and an aerodynamic standpoint, just can't fly. Well, the bumblebee doesn't know that, so he just keeps flying. Well, I didn't know that it was a bad omen to have a union endorsement, because I believed in the principles of what they stood for, so I just accepted it, and sure enough, that union endorsement bumblebee did fly, and I won 2-1. So I'm grateful for that union endorsement. And as a result, I've been somewhat branded, and I can't take that brand off. So as a result, and don't want to. So as a result, I am very interested, and I find myself saying we. And I am interested in the welfare of the union and the union organizations and what it stands for. And therefore, that's the reason that I come to you, to say a few words about what I believe in and what I think would be helpful to your organization. You know, when I first came down here, I heard some of the people from my area that said, well, what will Senator Smith say? And some of them from up there at Corinth said, well, I'll tell you one thing, he'll tell it like it is. You may not like it, but he'll tell it like it is. So I guess that's what I ought to do. You know, in a family or argument or a family conversation, you can afford to speak it just like it is, without anybody getting mad or misunderstanding, because we're all friends. But back during the legislative session with Lord Ramsey, as they said, I've been knowing him for years and years. And back during the legislative session, he was talking about all of the things that had come about and some of the problems that the laboring people had had. As an example, we tried to raise workmen's compensation payments up to about $45, and we had people running all over themselves trying to reduce the figure to $35. And some of them claiming to be that they're friends of labor, and as a matter of fact, they had stacks of money up there that we won't use by the year 2000 if we don't put another penny in it. And it belongs to the people that have put it there, and therefore we should have raised that to 45. But we didn't, because you didn't have enough friends in the legislature. And
And Claude said, well, how about you telling it just like it is down to the labor convention when you get there? And I said, I'll do my best. I noticed, however, that Claude had him set to speak after this, and he told someone and said, if Theodore Ricks is wide open, I'll try to sew it back up as soon as he leaves. Well, we do need to talk right down to the nitty-gritty. We need to really get down and we need to do something, and maybe we ought to have some kind of a skill that will give us a little more wind, living vitality, and vigor to do the things that ought to be done. Maybe it's something like the old man that was in the cattle business, and we bought him one of the finest $10,000 bulls, and he never come down to fight. But as soon as we bought him or put him in the pasture, he didn't want to do anything except just love his grass and lay around in the trees. And we know that that's what he wants to do. Well, the young veterinarian came into town about that time and seen that tree the farmer about 30 fields. He said, give that bull one a day. He would see us, and he was the most vigorous, virile bull that had ever come down the fight. And pretty soon after that, one of his neighbors had said, well, what was in those pills that young veterinarian gave your bull? He said, I don't know, but it tastes just like that. Maybe if I could be the veterinarian that could somehow or another give us a little vigorous skill. Maybe to do just a little bit more for the working people. And if you do the things that are beneficial to the working people, then you do it for the state of Mississippi. Because I don't believe in this trickle-down theory. I believe in giving it to the bottom, because if you fertilize corn, and I've been a farmer a long time, if you fertilize corn, you do it at the bottom and it makes ears at the top. You don't sprinkle that fertilizer on the tassel and on the silk. It doesn't trickle down that way. So I believe that giving it to the working people is the way to accomplish the best economic interest of the state of Mississippi. I guess you might say that we ought to have a quota and do what's our share. Maybe it's like the preacher that went to the penitentiary, and he wasn't as good a preacher as some that are surrounding us. He walked off with the till, and they sent him to the penitentiary at Parchman, and when he got up there, it was about cotton picking time. And they said, I'm going to give you a quota of 175 pounds. He said, you think you can get it? He said, if the Lord is willing, I'll get it. Well, that night he came in and he didn't meet his quota, and the next morning they said, now I'm going to give you a good talking, and you see that leather strap up there? Said, you better get that quota. And said, now your quota is 200 pounds. You think you can get it? He said, if the Lord's willing, I can get it. Well, he came in that night, and he still didn't have his quota that day. And the next morning they put the strap on him a couple of times, and he said, now your quota is 225 pounds. You think you can get it? He said, if the damn stuff's out there, I'll get it. And I think sometimes that we have to be a little bit agile on our feet, and we have to think fast. You've got to think faster than your opposition if you're going to win this battle. And I believe that we've got as good a thinkers here as anywhere in the state of Mississippi. And I think you have to think fast. Maybe it's like the clerk that was in the hardware store, and a great big 6'4", 240-pound man walked into the store, and he said, I want a half a joint of stovepipe. And he said, we don't sell half a joints of stovepipe. We'll sell you a whole joint, and you can cut it in two if you want to. He said, damn it, I said I want a half a joint of stovepipe. He walked back to the back of the store and told the manager, and after he got back there, he said, there's some damn fool up there that wants a half a joint of stovepipe. And he looked back, and he was right behind him, and he said, and this gentleman right here wants the other half. I think also that maybe some of the language, it's not necessary for you to talk right down to the nitty-gritty after reading resolution number 8 and reading the news reports of Tom Knight's speech, I don't think I have to encourage this group to get right down to the nitty-gritty. But right in line with that, you know, there was a farmer up in my area of the state. He became the most famous tomato grower in the whole state of Mississippi. He could grow more tomatoes on a little patch than anybody that had ever been known. And he became so famous with it that they put him on the speaking circuit. And he'd go all over the state of Mississippi telling how to grow tomatoes. And at this particular one, he was talking to a garden club, and he said, now here's the way you do it. You work up this bed, and then you haul a wheelbarrow full of manure in there and work it into the soil. And then you plant your tomatoes. Said then about the time they begin to bloom, said you haul another wheelbarrow full of manure and you work it into the soil. And about the time the tomatoes become the size of golf balls, he said you haul another load of manure and you work it into the soil. And after the speaking was over, some of the women went up to his wife who was there and said, you know, your husband is just a little bit crude. Said, couldn't he use fertilizer instead of manure? And she said, I don't, thought just a minute and said, I don't think I better say anything to him right now. Said it took me 2 years to get him to say manure. But if we're going to call it like it is, then I think that what I ought to say to you, in all honesty and in all sincerity, that really down to the serious fact is that you don't have enough political punch. That's the problem. There's no reason why you shouldn't. But you don't have enough political punch. I suggest perhaps that you've been so busy working toward and trying to accomplish, which is good and laudable and wonderful, trying to get accomplished more wages and better working conditions, which are all good. But I suggest that the secret to your success is through the political field. And you're on that road in resolution number 8 and resolution number 4 through the political area. Politics is the answer. Because I noticed here in resolution 8 it said that the local officials would put them in jail, the organizers, and trumped up charges and so forth. But if you had political friends in those local counties and those local districts, they wouldn't be putting them in jail. Why, in my county, I heard a man, it was reported that their union was out there on strike and on a picket line, trying to get decent working conditions and decent working hours and decent wages. And one of the local officials walked up to him and said, I'll tell you what ought to happen to you SOBs. I ought to go get my bulldozer and run over you. And you know he's still in office and thinking about running for sheriff. And I know a couple of union people up there that's going to vote for him. They ought to be ashamed. When union decides that they want to have power and can accomplish it is the time that they decide that they want to union, really be union and get together and stay together. That's what'll do it. But the legislature is the secret to your success, I think. And let's talk about that legislature. 52 senators and 122 representatives. I heard yesterday about a report that House Bill 600 went to the committee and died. Well, if we're going to tell it like it is, then the truth of the matter, they said it went to an unfriendly committee and it died there. Well, that just kept it from dying on the floor of the House or the floor of the Senate. Because you don't have enough friends down there to help you. And I'm going to talk about that in just a minute. I doubt if you know your representatives and your senators the way you should know. I wonder if you know how they feel. I know when they were running for office and they asked me to come down, and I went down, but then I asked later on how many candidates did actually appear. Very few. Very few. Now, this powerful legislature, that's the secret of your success, in my opinion. But legislators are, to a degree, something like labor people. They're satellites to the real power structure. They're not the real power of the political angles of Mississippi. Very few senators and representatives are powerful political wheels. They're satellites orbiting around the power structure. Normally the supervisors or the sheriffs or whatnot. So in a sense, we're kindly in the same boat with you. Not very powerful. Yielding to the pressures from back home. And most of the pressures from back home come from the supervisors who, as a general rule, are not your friends. They bend with the pressure and the tides that's flowing from the various pressures back home. Now, Eddie LeBreton, who is president of the National Society of State Legislators, made a speech out in Oregon. And then there were two editorials in the Times-Picayune and the New Orleans State-Item. And here's what he said. He said, "How many Solons can testify they wear no man's collar?" Now, I wouldn't say that any Mississippi legislator wears any collar. But by hocus pocus, I went over into Alabama and Arkansas, and they're pretty well like us. Now, I made a survey, and this is the fictitious results of that survey that I found. The legislators over there, and assuming that we would be something like them. And here's where the collars are on the legislators. The family of the member of the legislature, the family has the collar around 5%. 5% of the legislators wear bankers' collars. 5% of the legislators have political organizations' collars. The teachers' organization, 5%. Manufacturers Association, 5%. Labor, 2%. Board of Supervisors, 72%. And the municipalities, 1%. That's about how the structure lies. Now, if you've only got about 2% of the legislators, you might say, with the collar on, and you're not very powerful. So you have to go where the power structure is. And therefore, when you look at the 2% of the collars, you'll know why House Bill 600 died in the committee and would have died on the floor. It reminds me of the big fat woman that was standing around in the bus station. She weighed about 400 pounds. She walked up and put her penny in the scales, and the scales went round and back and forth and finally settled on 85 pounds. And there was a drunk standing back there behind her and said, "Well, I'll be damned, she's holler." With the results and the powerful potential of the working people of Mississippi, I have to say, well, I'll be damned, you're holler. That's pretty strong words. But like I said, if we're talking in the family, we have to tell it like it is. Now, your batting average in the legislature is very low. The power structure of Mississippi, as centered around the Board of Supervisors, their batting average is 1,000%. But remember back there on the collars, 72% in the power structure. I made a speech to the Municipal Association, and they had 10 items on their legislative agenda, and they struck out on all 10 of them. And I said, you know the reason you struck out? Municipalities don't have but about 1%. of the legislature on their side. That's why you struck out. Well, you're doing a little better. You've got 2%. But as long as you've got 2%, you're going to strike out too. But they'll get out there and fight you. That power structure will, and they'll help you. They'll work for you or they'll work against you. You hold an election for dog catcher and they're out there pitching, one way or the other, working night and day. There are 80,000 union members in Mississippi, and 110 to 120,000 other working people that are in sympathy with you. They may not belong to a union, but in their heart, they're for you. Now, if you'll put that kind of an organization together and really work in the political arena, there is no reason why that you should not be the most powerful group that this state has ever known. No reason in the world. That's enough to elect or defeat any man in the state of Mississippi, in any county, in any area. But that's not what happens, you know. Labor people will split 40 ways from Sunday. They'll vote over here because somebody might be kin to them. Or they'll vote over here because somebody might be black or white. Or they'll vote over here because somebody gave them a load of gravel or a culvert across the highway. That's what happens. And as a result, labor's vote is split asunder. And your power is dissipated, and you end up in the legislature with 2% support. When you decide that you want power, and I hope you do get it, when you decide that you are deserving of power, then you'll stop this splitting, and you'll start consolidating and getting together and staying together. And that's when you'll become powerful. But I also suggest that you not be worried about who's governor, or who is United States Senator, or who's United States Congressman, or Highway Commissioner, because we're going to tell it like it is. Maybe not in my county, because they were unified. They were solid, no splits. But in the state of Mississippi, under the present conditions, an endorsement from labor, let's face it, will add votes, yes, but it'll take some away. Therefore, it doesn't matter. I suggest that you start at the grassroots. Quit worrying about who's going to be governor and who's going to be United States Senator or Congressman or Highway Commissioner, and start electing and defeating members of the Board of Supervisors and sheriffs and representatives and senators that are not your friends. Once you have a foundation in the local establishment, and you know it's pretty difficult to kind of tag the so-called scare words of communistic-dominated AFL-CIO on a local candidate that's running for supervisor or sheriff or representative. Or if you're running for governor, you can go up to North Mississippi and say that guy from down there in South Mississippi endorsed that horrible AFL-CIO. But if he's running locally, it's difficult for him to put that tag on him, because he's been around there, and you're not going to convince those local people that he's got any communistic tendencies or that he has horns. He's just a good local citizen. But once you get members of the Board of Supervisors and members of the legislature, the sheriff and the local officials on your side, then you can elect anybody governor that you want to elect. Then you can elect anybody congressman that you want to elect. And then you can elect any highway commissioner that you want to elect. But until you build the foundation blocks at the local level, I suggest that you're fighting the windmill and trying to accomplish the impossible. I don't object to the principle of what you're trying to do, what you've been trying to do in electing governors and senators and congressmen and so forth. It's good. But I'd suggest that maybe the best place for you to start to really acquire political power is at the local level. I have a selfish motive for wanting you to be powerful. I am tired, as you are tired, for Mississippi to be the lowest in per capita income. I am tired, and you are tired, for Mississippi to be the whipping boy and economic ladder. I am tired, and you are tired, of paying the lowest pay for school teachers, paying the least amount for welfare payments to the aged and the dependent, receiving the least amount of money for the work done. I want us to move into the mainstream. I believe in the principles of checks and balances in our government throughout the nation. But checks and balances don't just exist in government. It exists in the economic era. And the power structure of the working man and the factory owners, checks and balances. And today, the power that exists in the hands of the establishment and the power structure that's incorporated in the Manufacturers Association and so forth is unbalanced. If I can bring it into balance by giving the working people of this state more power, then it will be good for the state, not just good for you. If the balance was the other way, and you had all the power and they had none, then I would be trying to lift them up, frankly. But that's not the way it is. It's unbalanced. And you're on the little end of the stick. And I suggest that the only way that you can get your share for your people and for the state of Mississippi, and if it's good for you, then it's good for the state of Mississippi. And that's what I'm at. And I suggest that the way for you to go is through the political area, field. And do that which is right. Maybe if you begin to work toward honesty in government, and gracious goodness, if you look at the establishment, I happen to be a member of the Legislative Investigating Committee. We have sworn testimony that over 90%, from salesmen who have traveled all over the state and sold things to the boards of supervisors, that over 90% of the boards of supervisors not only will take but will demand kickbacks. What are you doing about it? If you want public sentiment on your side, then I suggest that maybe you try to stop that kind of thing. Work in that field. Work in the political arena. That is the field that will, in my opinion, bring you success and at the same time bring prosperity and happiness to the great state of Mississippi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Theodore, for telling us like it was. We have had some remarks here already at this convention about the fact that we could get along without a governor, and I think you pretty well established that fact here this morning. We shall take your advice under advisement, and we shall attempt to do some of the things that you mentioned, and we will have more than 2% in the legislature the next time around, or so I do believe. Now, we're going to ask the Elections Committee if they're ready. Are you ready, Brother Massey? Now, let me advise the delegates that it's going to take a little while to call the roll and cast the ballots. I don't know just how long this will take. The rest of us will just have to stand by while all of this is going on. And as soon as they get the ballots cast, then we can reconvene the convention and resume our business that has yet to be conducted. So I just simply like to ask all of you to listen to the PA system. As soon as the balloting is complete, we'll reconvene and then pick up and try to complete the business while the ballots are counted. Okay, Brother Massey? You want it, Tom? Brother Knight wants to make an announcement prior to the election.
Several delegates have asked me about the checkout time at the hotel. I think we've worked out something. I felt like you should know this before we go into the election. Now, the hotel tells me that they do have another convention coming in here at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. As you know, 1 o'clock is posted out there as checkout time. Now, those people living on from the 5th floor up, they tell me are the ones where they have some problems. And it might be this. I told them I couldn't assure them exactly what time we would be through here because the election and the counting of the ballots would determine that. So they have asked me to ask you to do this, if you can, as far as you can. Those people living on the floors mentioned, if perhaps the people from the same organization or the same town, if you could pack your bags and perhaps move them into one room. In other words, John move in with Joe or Nancy with Susie or something like that. That'd be all right. That'd be all right. I was going to let them be their own judge of that. Now, the people, I'm told the people on the 4th floor and on down needn't to worry. And not to worry, anybody not to worry about the checkout time as posted at 1 o'clock. But I told them we would cooperate with them as best we could. And if those of you can, that after you have voted while the others continue to vote, if you could possibly go to your room and pack your bag, as I said, those living on the 5th floor up, and move your bags into the room with somebody else from your town. In other words, empty as many of those rooms as possible, as quickly as possible. I think we can work this thing out. So if you'll follow those instructions, I think we can get the job done. And if anybody has any particular problem, let me know. And if I have to move out on the street and give you my room, I reckon I'll do that too. Thank you.
I've got a little room. If Nancy wants to move in with me, it'll be all right. Brother Massey, are you ready? Brother Clark Massey, Chairman of the Election Committee.
Let me say this. Brother Massey now is going to give you the instructions, and we would ask you to listen very carefully, and everybody be as quiet as possible and cooperate. And the more you cooperate and the better you follow instructions, the quicker the committee will get through with you.
Thank you, Tom. This is going to be rather lengthy, and we're going to be getting impatient. But this is a method that's been handed down by the AFL-CIO to conduct this election. And we'll get through with it as fast as we possibly can, but I certainly would appreciate your cooperation. When your name is called, come forward immediately. And Miss Lester will give you a ballot, and Miss Mary Smith will mark the number of votes that you're allowed to vote. Then you go on down the table and vote them and drop them in the box over here. But please be attentive and get up here as quick as you can when your name is called and get your ballot and vote. Then move on out of the way so somebody else can vote. Tommy's going to stay up here and keep me honest. He's going to check them off as I read out the number that's been given to us, the number of votes that each local is allowed. I will call your local number, the name of the local, and then I will give the ladies the number of votes, and they'll write it on your ballot. and you go right on through. I think we should read the number again, the candidates that we have on the ballot, to be sure that it is correct. Don't you think we should do that?
They have to sign their name in the organization.
That's
to
right.
comply with the rules of the AFL-CIO. There is going to be a question, I think, about this, but the rules sent out by the national organization require that you have to sign your name and the organization you represent with a number of votes there. The only way that you can hold an election and still be in compliance is to have a roll call vote and announce how you're casting your votes. We think that we can do it a little faster this way. This is the reason for it.
And we've been instructed to not count a ballot if you don't have your name and your organization on there. So be sure and put that on there so we can count it. And if you should make a mistake and vote for 11 people, we will have to throw that out. Now you can vote for 10 or less and we can count them. But if you happen to vote for 11 people, we'll just have to throw the whole thing out. All right? Voting for the election board, vote for 10. And here are the nominees. Richard Bryant with the firefighters, Eula Lee Burdette, ACWA, L.D. Clark, IBEW, S.H. Dees, IBEW, C.A. Dunlap, URW, E.M. Grantham, Steelworkers, Linda D. Hawks, CWA, John T. McDaniel, IUE, Curtis Orman, Boilermakers, J.W. Rainey, Firefighters, Howard Underwood, URW, Herbert Williams, ILA, and Robert L. Woodson, Carpenters. The first is Aluminum Workers, Local 202, James Lawrence. Please come forward immediately. They get 245 votes. Aluminum Workers 206. We don't have a delegate listed here. That's right. Let's lay them right down here, and when I call them off, you can check them off as they write them out there. Aluminum Workers 245, Ladner, 96 votes. Boilermakers 149, 105 votes. Sledge, the delegate. Baker Workers 305, Barbers 366. We don't have a delegate here. Barbers 475, we don't have a delegate. Barbers 507, we don't have a delegate. Barbers 510, we should have 2 delegates representing 11 members each. Butler and Griffin, will you please come forward immediately? Barbara 792, Barbara 798, Boilermakers 112, we don't have delegates registered. Boilermakers 903, White with 151 votes. Has Sledge come by yet? We're going to have to, I don't know how we can tell when they come by. Who do you represent? So we can check it off up here, please. What local? Boilermakers. Local 149. 903. Okay, that's over here. 151 votes, right? Carpenter 387. Marvin Taylor, C.T. Hanna. 119 votes and 118 votes for the 2 Carpenters, 387. Carpenters 984, Carpenters 1409, we don't have delegates. Carpenters 1471, Blocker, Elwood, Carpenters 1471. I would suggest, please, when you get your ballots, move right on down the line there and fill it in. If you'll write the numbers on there, please, just write the numbers on and give them the ballot and let them move on down here and fill them in down there, please. That'll speed it up quite a bit, I believe. Uh-huh.
Gentlemen, you just called bakery. Did you say bakery workers?
No, carpenters.
Yeah,
Carpenters.
Wait a minute. There's somebody here. Back. Further back. You have 149 over Boilermakers. 149. I don't see it. Gentlemen, the bakery workers walked up.
149.
Nobody didn't show, did they?
No.
Well,
Pretty
he's
Sledge.
here.
Sledge. With a carpenters get 175 for the two delegates. 175 each. Right. Right. Carpenters 1518. Pittman 221 votes.
Bakery 149. Sledge is not here.
All right. This gentleman is representing Baker at 149, and they get 105 votes. The gentleman back there representing 149 get 105 votes. Brick and clay 554. Bricklayers number 10. Bricklayers number 10. 1 vote. Camry. How do you pronounce it? What is that? Yeah. Say for it.
We'll let you see Como is the way you pronounce the one you just.
Como with the bricklayers. Bricklayers number 10, 1 vote. Yeah, no, well, there's only these they don't have anybody registered. They didn't come. Carpenters 2684. 163 votes. Carpenters 2684. Robert L. What is that? It's like BALIE or something like that. That you Carpenters 2684? All right, 163 votes. Carpenters 3031. We have 5 delegates. Harper, Fitzhugh, Armstrong, Elwoodson, Davis, and Mack. Getting 162 votes, 162 votes, 162 votes, 162 votes, 161 votes, and 162 votes. Carpenters 3031. Please come forward immediately. Right. Carpenters 3181. 6 of them. 5 of them had 162 votes each. 1 of them had 161 votes. Carpenters 3181. 2 delegates getting 27 votes and 28 votes. That's Dawkins and Aldridge. Looks like Arledge. Okay. Yeah. Carpenters 3181. Are you the 2 delegates for 3181? All right, they get 27 votes and 28 votes. ACWA 563. We have 6 delegates. McKinley, Hinton, Minter, Brown, and Scott. You 6 people. Lot instead of Scott. All right. We have James Scott here. All right. They each get 158 votes, except one of them, Brewer, gets 160 votes. Beg your pardon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. That's ACWA 563. They get 158 each, except for one gets 160. That's Brewer. Eddie Brewer gets 160 votes. ACWA 605. Will you please come forward? That is Tynes, Alford, Fortenberry, and Crawford. ACWA 605. 4 delegates. ACWA 643, please get ready. These 4 delegates get 111 each. Uh, 160, yeah, that's 160. Oh, Carpenter. Right, 162 each. Have a correct that, please. All right, ACWA 643, we have 5 delegates. Looks like that Dickey and Hodge, Bland, and Hallwell. Will you please come forward? These 5 delegates get 89 votes each, except Hallwell gets 92. ACWA 696, please get ready. We have Hoffman, Henry, and Broom. 3 delegates for 696. Three delegates for 696. Will you please come forward immediately? They get 186, 184, and 184. Hoffman gets 186. ACWA 701. Stapleton, Bell, and Hager. Will you please come forward immediately? ACWA 701. ACWA 707. Ruth White. Right. 701 gets 60, 61, and 60. Okay. Ruth White, 707. Gets 167. ACWA 708. 5 delegates. Willoughby, Burdett, Barton, Hathorn, and Smith. We get 92, 91, 92, 92, and 91. ACWA 720, Yates, Ladner, and White. No, wait a minute. Hudson. Yates, Hudson, and White. 3 delegates, 720. Please come forward. ACWA 750. Please come forward. Argo, Max, and Bridges. ACWA 758. Get ready. These delegates get 53, 53, and 52 for 720. $750 gets 86, 86, and 86. 758, please come forward. Boyd, Flake, and Whistman. ACWA 758. It's 66, 65, and 65. ACWA 779, 4 delegates. Tola, Carter, Parnell, Davis. Please come forward. ACWA 819, please come forward. It's Armstrong and Gandy. One. You representing all, what local? 819, right. 158 votes. Right. Now, 779 gets 50, 51, 51, 51, the 4 delegates there. ACWA 846. Parnell, Scallions, and Smith. ACWA 914. ACWA 944. All right, we'll go back to 846. Cornell gets 36, 36, and 36. These 3 delegates right here. All right, 914, Edwards, Lampton, and Adams. 32, 32, and 32. CWA 3502, come forward, please. ACWA 944, Armstrong and Wally gets 100 votes and 95 votes. Ainsworth. Looks like Armstrong here. Yeah, you can have this when we finish with do that. 944, they get 100 votes and 95 votes. CWA 3502, CE AHREND. CWA 502. Right. CWA 3509, come forward, please. Canfield, Delaney, and what is that? Looks like Ellard, E-L-A-R-D, Mary. CWA 3509. 3 delegates get 109 votes, 108 votes, and 108 votes. Must be. CWA 3511. Stanley, C-U-L-L-I-P, Culper, Slash, Speed, and Buckley. 5 delegates. Now, I don't quite understand this. They've got Stanley with 1 vote. Huh? Got him listed with 1 vote, and the others 219, 200, 200, and 200. I don't quite understand it, but that's what I'm looking at here. CWA 3514, Terry. CWA 3516, Trussell. Terry gets 288 votes. Trussell gets 188 votes. CWA 3517, Jones, Perriman, Fennell, and Stanford. They get 50 votes each. 4 delegates. 3517 gets 50 votes each. Jones, Perriman, looks like Fennell, and Stanford. IBEW 480, Tullison, 150 votes. IBEW 480, Tullison, 150 votes. IBEW 605, IBEW 733, get ready. 605, Schaefer 200 and Thompson 200. 733, Dry 90, McCone 90, George Miller 90. IBEW 852, Franks and Dees, come forward please. IBEW 903, Gilstrap and Lanier, that's right. I got it. 733, 90, 90, and 90. Those three delegates get 90 votes each. Dees, 102, Franks, 102. 103, Franks is 103. Dees, 102, yeah. Lanez, Gilstrap, 80 each. IBEW 917, Raymond Tucker, 110 votes. Raymond Tucker. IBEW 985, Muller, 182. Muller, 182. No, that's not Tucker. It's Tucker here. Here it comes, way back yonder. Tucker gets 110 votes. IBEW 1028, Davis and Buff, please come forward. IBEW 1209, Barnhill. IBEW 1211, Davis and Buff, 265 and 265. George Muller gets 182. Dee's got 1 and Joe Franks gets 1. They got, let's see, how many votes each? 102 and 103. What's the problem there? Right. Okay. Now we got Davis and Buff, 265 each. And we got Barnhill, 1209. IBEW 1209. Barnhill, 96. Did Muller get a ballot? 985, Muller. Did he get a ballot? Okay. Okay, we want to mark them off here. All right. IBEW 1209, Barnhill. Okay, 96. 1211, Gone and again, and I don't know, Billy somebody. Oh, is that Williams? I couldn't recognize it. 90 votes each. IBEW 1435. Hammock and Beckham. 100 votes each. Hammock and Beckham. IBEW 1493. Westmoreland. Westmoreland. Looked like one vote for Westmoreland. Is that right? Okay. IBEW 1575. And IBEW 1626. No, they marked out. There must not be anybody here. All right, IBEW 1575. J.O. Word, 79. That's him right there. IBEW 2164. Rigby, 1 vote. Rigby, 1 vote. IBEW 2198. McKinley, Thomas, Andrews. Looks like Thomas. 2198, 3 delegates. IBEW 2262. Tucker. All right, McKinley. On 2119, they get 273, 273, and 274. IBEW 2262. Tucker, 1 vote. IUE 779. Gardner and Gardner, looks like. IUE 779, two delegates. Gardner and Gardner. They get 66 votes each. IUE 792. McNeil, Porter, Murphy. 3 delegates. 204, 203, and 203. IUE 794. Goodman, McCullough, and Reeves. $794. Goodman, McCullough, and Reeves. They get 263, 263, and 263. Firefighters, 87. Rainey and Adcock. Firefighters, 87. Rainey and Adcock. Firefighters, 184. Bryant and Collins. All right, firefighters, 87, 135, 134. Firefighters, 184, get 29 and 30. Firefighters, 1472, Paget and Bundy is the 3rd. Stephen P. Bundy is the 3rd. Firefighters 1472, 2 delegates, 5 votes and 4 votes. Have they come down yet? 1472, will you please come forward? Paget and Bandy. NBBA 199. They never did show up. Just don't mark them off. NBBA 199. Neese and Ozene, O-Z-E-N-E. NBBA 199. Evidently they're not in here. Right. GBBA, that's right. Okay, 12 and 11. Yeah, right. Okay, we'll come on down here. Iron Workers 469. Tyson. Iron Workers 469. Tyson. They get 12 and 11. That's GBBA. There's Paget and Bandy in here. Paget and Bandy. Firefighters 1472. Laborers 145. Laborers 145, Joseph E. Sant, S-A-N-T. Laborers 469, L.P. Brown. Laborers 145 gets 300 votes. Laborers 469, Brown, get 100 votes. Laborers 1142. Laborers 1303. Laborers 1142, Lett and Abels. Laborers 1142. They get 19 and 19 votes. Laborers 1303. Please come forward immediately. That's, yeah. Is that Laborers 1142? Right, okay. 1303, Townsend, Williams, and Williams. Townsend, Williams, and Williams. 50, 50, and 100. Are you here? Coming up. 50, 50, and 100. Machinist 1133. Machinist 2008. Longshoreman? Yeah, that's right. That's longshoreman, 50, 50, and 100. Right. I'm sorry. Machinist 1133. 150 votes. 150 votes. What I've marked off. Let's see it. Kelly and... You're going to take them both. Okay. Machinist 2008. Yeah, he's going to take both of them. He's taking his place. What is he? Powell and Hitchcock. Powell and Hitchcock, 106 votes each. Machinist 2249. Machinist 2249. Price, 51 votes. Meat cutters 515. Meat cutters 515. Powell, Cannon. This is the last call. If anybody hasn't voted, then your vote don't get in. So if you haven't voted, get here quick.
Will the delegates please be seated? It's been necessary for us to change the agenda up slightly because of the time consumed by the agenda, and I'd like to kind of bring you up to date about where we are and what business you'd have to take care of. Of course, you've already heard from Senator Smith, and Stanton Smith advises me that he'd just simply like to install the officers and just have a few remarks to make, which means that we won't have to use as much time there as we had allowed on the program. We have yet to take care of the union label program, and we'll do that at this time. Then we'll hear from Walter Holmes, labor's liaison man with the American Red Cross. Then following that, we will pick up and try to complete the business at hand. We still have several resolutions yet to be reported on. And then with good luck, if we're lucky, if it doesn't take too much time, we ought to be through where you can get out of here around 3 or 4 o'clock, I would say. My understanding is that Miss Hazel Moses, representing the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union's Union Label Department, will go first. But I think probably, Hazel, it'd be best if we let the Union Labor Committee report. They have a resolution or two to adopt. We'll do this before you, okay? All right, the chair now is going to recognize the chairman of the Union Labor Committee. Mr. Barnhill will read the resolution. Mr. Barnhill.
Before we read the resolution, we have a boycott here. We've been requested to read the resolution against the Brown Manufacturing Company. It says, whereas the members of Local 340 of the United Furniture Workers of America, AFL-CIO, have been on strike since May 19th against the Brown Manufacturing Company of Pine Bluff, Arkansas, manufacturer of furniture. And whereas the Brown Manufacturing Company has refused to bargain in good faith with the duly elected representative of their union, has engaged scabs and strikebreakers, attempted but failed to get injunctions against the strikers. And whereas this company is now engaged in a vicious anti-union campaign, using every trick it can in the hope that they can break the spirit of these strikers. Yet despite all the hardships and difficulties these workers are encountering, they are continuing their strike and determined to win a decent contract with an hourly wage that is sufficient to support their families in decency. Therefore be it resolved that the membership of Local 340, UFWA, AFL-CIO, call upon all their fellow trade unions assembled here in the city of Biloxi, Mississippi, at the 5th Biennial Convention to give their support on the boycott campaign against the Brown Manufacturing Company by urging all their members to refrain from buying furniture manufactured by this company and sold in a number of towns and cities in the state of Mississippi. And be it finally resolved that this convention send copies of this resolution to all its affiliates and the news media. Claude, do you want to pass this one first?
Yeah, let's take that one first. You move the adoption.
We move the adoption.
Move the adoption of the resolution. We have any discussion on the resolution? I might add that you've got a piece of material in your kits that advises you the name of the stores in Mississippi that are handling the products of this company. We have any discussion on the motion to adopt the resolution concerning the boycott against the Brown Manufacturing Company? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Mr. Barnhill.
Before I read this one, you better take your Winstons and ease them in your pocket and anything else that's not union here. Ms. Moses is going to check the men. She said I could check the ladies for underwear and stuff like that about the union label. This is resolution number 7, union label and service trades. Whereas in the trade union movement, traditional symbols of distinction, the union label, shop card, store card, and service button are time-honored guarantees of highest quality in products and services. And whereas these hallmarks of union quality are living proof that harmonious relations exist between the union workers and their fair employers who produce these superior goods and services. Whereas these union emblems herald the fact that the workers who produce the products are made possible to union services, labored under good conditions, enjoying the benefits of union security brought about through the process of collective bargaining. And whereas these union labels, shop cards, store cards, and service buttons are the customer's only assurance that products and services available in the marketplaces of our land are the handiwork of union workers. Now, therefore be it resolved that delegates assembled in the Mississippi AFL-CIO 5th Biennial Convention reaffirm their historic support of these emblems of top quality union crafts, skills, and services. And be it further resolved that this 5th Biennial Convention call upon all affiliates and all customers everywhere to redouble their efforts to look for the union label when they buy and to demand the shop card, store card, and service button when they spend. This is respectfully submitted by the Executive Board of Mississippi AFL-CIO. The committee met and talked at length on this, and we wholeheartedly recommend it to you.
You've heard the committee's report, the motion to adopt the resolution. Do we have any discussion? Shall I recognize Brother Taylor?
Mr. Chairman, Marvin Taylor, Vice President of AFL-CIO, Business Agent Carpenters Local Union, number 387, Columbus, Mississippi. I feel sure that the resolution will unanimously be adopted. Doesn't require anybody to say anything for it, but I want to take this opportunity to say a word or two about it. First, I think the amalgamated clothing workers are to be congratulated in the manner in which they have pushed the label. Now, incorporated in this resolution are other things other than the label itself. For instance, I'd like to say that the carpenters have a label. Unfortunately, we only have one plant in the state of Mississippi that is qualified to use the label. That's the E.L. Bruce Company, who are, among other things, a manufacturer of hardwood flooring located at Bruce, Mississippi. Now, if we hold strictly to the idea of a union label as such and not expand our thinking and our education to include the shop card and the craft, then our people is somewhat at a disadvantage. What I would like to say and like to urge you that don't cease thinking seriously along the line of looking for the union label, but I'm going to point out a simple way in which that can be expanded that will bring in the building trades as well as these other people. Out of these 200 odd delegates, you will, before this year is out, I feel sure, have the need of the services of somebody in the building trades crafts, but you need not look for a label. There'd be no label involved. A simple way would be to call the business agent of that particular craft and ask for a list of fair contractors. Plus, and if you fail to get proper satisfaction in that direction, you call the business agent yourself and find out. You check the thing out. It can be ascertained as to whether or not the person you propose to use on your project, whatever it is, great or small, big or little, that person it can be determined whether or not that person is a member of organized labor and deserving of your support and patronage. Now, that's what I want to get over. One thing. Another thing, we have a lot of motels and things of that nature that are being built all over the country. We have international representatives that come into areas sometimes, and they're not too concerned in every case about whether or not a given hotel or motel is patronizing local organized union labor. Now, that can be ascertained also in the manner in which I have mentioned. I don't expect that these people can expect too much out of the local organized labor if in the meantime they come out of a hotel or motel that has been built by scab labor. You get the point, I'm sure. So it's along that line that I want to mention some of these other things. In addition to looking for the union label, you also check out and see what kind of a person it is you planning to have to do your work, whatever it may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Taylor. Brother Edwards?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to rise in support of this resolution. I had an occasion not too long ago to be in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and I took a tour through one of the R.J. Reynolds plants, the Winston plant, which is the largest cigarette manufacturing plant on the face of the earth. And when the hostess that was assigned to our tour began her explanation of the plant and the description of the plant, the first words that she uttered was, "This is a non-union plant and it will stay that way." So I just wonder, when we talk about the union label, whether or not our people really and sincerely believe in the union label. Because I personally have a sense, going through the Winston plant and hearing this young lady say this, I have observed among our own people, I have observed since I have been in this convention, that a large proportion of the people who smoke cigarettes are smoking non-union cigarettes.
Maybe
Thank
we ought
you.
to have a pocket check here. Thank you, Brother Edwards. We have any other discussion now on the motion? The idea behind bringing this resolution before the convention is to, I guess, further educate our delegates on the need to purchase union-made goods, to patronize union shops, and what have you. It's not just to put it in the record, but to call it to your attention that this is one of our obligations. We have any further discussion? Not all in favor of adopting the resolution signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you very much. Does that take care of it? You got another?
I'd like to thank the people that was on the committee. It was C.A. Dunlap, H.A. Barnhill, L.H. Barnhill, Penny Sutton, Dan Butler, and Ms. Mary Lovell. We moved this... I can't talk any louder. We moved that this committee be relieved of duties with the thanks of the convention.
Thank you. The motion is that the committee be discharged with the thanks of the convention. Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. All right, Sister Moses, are you ready? What you gonna give away first?
I wonder... Can you hear me?
Well, you don't only speak into one.
Anyway, I have a sore throat, and I can't talk very loud. I'd like to thank Brother Ramsey and all your delegates. I'm awfully glad to be here. I feel like I've come home again. I'd also like to tell the brother that just spoke that anybody that smokes Reynolds tobacco, cigarettes, will have TB or heart trouble. Also, the people that wear diplomat pajamas liable to have nightmares. I have just a few words to say, and that is, now, if we ever did stick together, it should be now. I've heard quite a conversation around the convention about togetherness. What I can't understand is, why aren't we together? Now, we do know we have power at the bargaining table. We have some in political action. But if we would stick together on union services, union labor, we'd have it made. If you notice, all these politicians have the bug on their cards. Why are we so lax? Why are we letting Italy, Mexico take over the shoe industry? Why are we letting Japan take over the clothing and textile industry? Now, the union members in this country, with their families, amounts to 45 million people, around about that number. And we spend approximately $65 billion a year for products and services. Some 25% of all the money spent for products and services in 1 year's time. Why can't we use this? Why can't we buy union products and union services? I just don't understand it. The stores are completely covered with every out-language brand that you can think of. And you ladies that are wearing those shoes from Italy and Mexico, I want you to think about it. I saw quite a few of them the other day. And of course the fellows that wear the Hong Kong suits. give you just a little figure of these Hong Kong suits. That's all that I have available. In 1969, 910,192 suits come into this country. On trousers, 38,182,436 trousers. That covered all kinds of synthetic and wool and cotton and so forth. On shirts, this is dozens. 10 million dozen, 48,729. It's killing us. It's killing your fellow union workers, putting them out of jobs all over the country. And only we can stop it. Now, we have tried to get agreement to limit the quotas with Japan. In Washington, we have had talk after talk, but don't get anywhere. So it looks like we have to go to legislation. Well, the Mills Committee come out with a bill to limit the quotas to this country on textile, clothing, and shoes. And our dear friend Mr. Nixon says if shoes is on there, he'll veto it. Shoes is on there. So it is up to us, as union members, to be union members. You think maybe when you buy a shirt for $2 or $3 that you're getting a bargain, but you're not. You're cutting your own throat because you're putting a union member out of a job. How many in this room would walk out of their plant, their factory, or what have you, if one of your fellow workers got fired for no good reason at all? I bet you there's not one in here that wouldn't walk out. Yet you'll go buy things that are non-union, giving work to a non-union person, and taking jobs away from your own fellow workers. This is a very, very serious matter. And when I say union label, that covers union shop card, union button, union services. If I can stay in a house when it's ice cold, because I won't let a non-union plumber come in my house, at least we could buy union-made products. That's all the time I'm going to take up. I'm going to go ahead with the drawing. But I hope each and every one of you go back home, check your stores, talk to the managers or the owners of the store. You can have a lot of fun doing it. I had a lot of fun on the grape situation, making the managers go in the back and pull out the crates and show them the union label. First we'll have a drawing for a suit, and then a box of 3 shirts, and then a box of 3 ties. And the winner will please meet me outside after the drawing. Now you must be in the hall to win, because this is the place for the delegates. If you're on a committee for the convention business, you're still eligible. But if you're not on a committee, just out somewhere, you're out of luck. That is, if your name is wrong. I think I'll ask Mr. Ramsey to not look. I stirred him up before I came in.
I got one in there somewhere. Still down in the bottom, I think. J.B. Left. Looks like J.B. Left from Moss Point. Is he present? Where's he? Left. Stand up. Meet the lady outside after the
Congratulations, Mr. Lett. Now for the box of shirts.
That was the suit.
Yeah.
Nice. What is that, H-A-R?
Pardon me.
H-A-R-D-I-N from Charles, Clarksdale. Elias Harden, looks like. Is that correct pronunciation? Yes. Clarksdale.
You're also meeting outside. I have to get your size and correct address. C.W. Hannah.
C.T. Hannah, looks like, from Columbus, Mississippi. Is he present?
Meet me outside so I can be sure and get your correct address. I'd like to thank all of you, the executive board and the delegates. I'm sorry that Sarah couldn't be with you as she has been coming down lately, but I'm awfully glad I got to come, and thank you very much.
You want to give the ties away now? You got your own ties, right? We're also going to give away a couple of automobile tires here. Brother Underwood will handle that with the rubber workers local out of Tupelo, right? The tires were made in your plant? Right. Okay.
I'd just like to say that we brought down a couple of tires. They were furnished jointly by local 845 and Pennsylvania Tire Company. And we got down here and we decided we'd make a little extra money with these, so we put them up with the Coke tickets. Everybody that bought a Coke ticket got a change on the tires. And I guess the requirements, you will not have to be here to win the tire, just get your name drawn out of the box. So, if there's anyone here that hadn't bought a Coke ticket and would like to do so, well, Miss Riley has some extra tickets here. Does anyone like to buy a ticket before we... If not, I'm going to ask Miss Riley to come up and draw the ticket because she's worked awful hard selling these things.
How many did you sell?
You'll have to ask her.
How many did you sell? 248.
248, she says she sold.
B.R. Upton. Now, he don't need
B.R. Upton wins the tires. They're two 825-14 Pennsylvania Poly 440s, and they are union made.
B.R. Upton gave her a terrible time on the Coke ticket. Is he present? He had to leave. We'll turn him over to Marvin Taylor. Let him be responsible for it.
Okay, just come by and pick them up when you get ready for them.
Right, at this time, we're going to ask Brother Greasy is it Greasy Grassy? Griesi, the Union Labor Department of the Furniture Workers Union, who would like to talk to you a few minutes about some of the problems they have, especially with the Brown Manufacturing Company, right? Brother Griesi. Griesi.
Seems like your equipment here is as squeaky as the economy is getting these days. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank the brother chairman, the president of the Mississippi State AFL-CIO, for giving me this opportunity to appear here today and also to participate in the convention proceedings. And I want to tell you that I've enjoyed it very much. And especially today, when I heard Senator Smith, I was rather surprised to listen to the legislature's philosophy. And as I pointed out to the good brother Ramsey, we could use him in New York. And I want to tell you something, like I said to some of the delegates that I had an opportunity to talk to, that at least in Mississippi, it's much more easier to recognize the enemy than it is in New York, where we have so many phony liberals. So with these few remarks, I want to touch on the purpose of my visit here in the good state of Mississippi. I think that the resolution expressed the problem that we have. On May the 19th of this year, 135 workers struck the Brown Manufacturing Company of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Most of these people are black women, married with large families. And I don't have to tell you that in the state of Arkansas, the wages are not much higher than they are in the state of Mississippi. And I don't have to tell you that in the state of Arkansas, like the state of Mississippi, we have that so-called right-to-work law, which of course is a misnomer. It's the right-to-scab law. And this is exactly what the Brown Manufacturing Company has done. They have induced some misled workers there to scab against their fellow workers. They have imported some strike breakers from Little Rock, Arkansas, and they're able to get out some production. Of course, the strike goes on, and despite all of the handicaps, despite all of the obstacles, our people in Pine Bluff are determined to win that struggle. But they need your help. 2 weeks ago, I was in Dallas, Texas, and we initiated the boycott campaign there. Now, you know and I know that the boycott campaign is not as dramatic as a strike or as a large demonstration. But you know as well as I do that the boycott campaign became quite a weapon, particularly in the hands of the grape workers or the farm workers organizing committee that for years has been carrying out the boycott campaign against table grapes, and I'm glad to say that they've made a tremendous amount of progress. And the same held true for the GE strikers, that together with their strike and the boycott campaign against GE, they were able to beat that big corporation. Now, we're not the GE, or we're not fighting GE, we're fighting Brown. As a matter of fact, while I was here in the city of Biloxi, I visited several of the stores that's selling the Brown furniture. And I was surprised that they weren't too hostile. But they need a little prodding. They knew I was from New York. I think if some of the people and some of our good friends here who live in Biloxi were to visit these stores, I think we'd get some results. The same holds true in the Gulfport, where I visited one store. Now there are 19 throughout the state. And by the way, I might point out that the good brother that won the shirts from Clarksdale, there happens to be 2 of the stores in that area that should be visited and told that unless they refrain from continuing to buy the furniture from Brown Manufacturing Company, that we'll put educational picket lines there. And the same with the brother that raffled off the tires from Tupelo. We have one store there, and they can make a contribution. So, as I said, I want to be brief. I trust that all of you good people will give us all the help that you can, because in doing that, we'll win. And thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much, Brother Griesi. I learned to pronounce it here directly. We do appreciate you being with us, appreciate those remarks, and you have my assurance we'll do everything we can in Mississippi to help win this fight. Now, at this time, we have a young man with us from the farm workers group who is here to discuss with you some of the problems of that organization. I suspect he's going to talk about grapes and a few other things. Bill Patterson is out of the New Orleans office of this organization, is actually coordinating the activities, I understand, of the Farm Workers Group. Brother Patterson.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. At last time at this year, you were asked to continue your boycott of all table grapes, as you were asked the year before and the year before that. But this year, we bring you news of victory in the grape fields of California and Arizona. As of today, 66 of the growers have signed contracts, comprising about 40% of the grape harvest. And growers that were last year that were talking about going bankrupt before they'd recognize the union are now stumbling over each other to begin negotiations. And the grape boycott has thus far been just undeniably effective. Those of you who have forgotten what a grape tastes like can now purchase grapes harvested by union labor. And while these contracts are significant, there still is a ways to go. There still are some very resistant growers that need to be brought to the bargaining table. So we do have to continue the boycott, but the presence of union grapes does change our strategy slightly. We're right now, in addition to boycotting non-union grapes, we're trying to promote the sale of union label grapes. And these are the grapes with this label I have displayed up front here on the front of the box. Now what we're asking people to do is to go into the store and demand to see the union label. If the grapes aren't displayed in the box, you shouldn't hesitate to go back and demand that the produce manager bring out the box. And the store should be made aware that people are demanding union grapes. And also the stores themselves should be pressured in some way to handle only union grapes, because we do have to shut off the markets of the scab growers. This is the only way the strike can be settled. Now there are a lot of scab grapes coming in the south here, and it looks like we need to tighten up our southern boycott, so we'd appreciate any help you give us as far as that goes. When the grape strike began in 1965, the farm workers knew it was going to be a long struggle, and they were fighting a $4 billion agricultural interest in California. The grape growers were rich and powerful, and they had the resources and the influence in the state government, the courts, and with the police to put down the strikes, as they put down all strikes in the past. All previous attempts to organize the farm workers union has failed, and the growers have been very successful in keeping the farm workers divided. The grape workers knew that when the strike began, that it would be a long struggle, that it might be years before they could begin to think about a union contract, if they could think about such a thing at all. However, the decision to strike was unanimous because the farm workers had nowhere to go. They were at the bottom, and the strike afforded them the last bit of dignity that they, as workers, had. Farm workers have watched as their parents and grandparents lived, worked, and died in the fields, moving from crop to crop, working for slave wages and performing work no human being should have to perform under conditions no human being should ever have to endure. And all farm workers realized that all they had to offer their children was a life in the fields and an early death. Migrant workers can expect to live for only 49 years because of the wretched conditions they're exposed to. His life is ended 20 years sooner than most Americans. And the cycle of life, death, poverty, and despair, which has typified the life of farm workers, has to be broken. The farm workers realize it. realized this, that they realized that their oppression could not continue, and that things just have to change. And the grape industry, which has remained deaf to the suffering of farm workers, must be made to listen, and the growers must be made to see the brutality of their practices. This was quite evident to the farm workers when they struck, and it was this realization that they had nowhere to go that prompted the strike. The problem with migrant workers in this country is not so much that they're poor or that they don't have a formal education. These are only aspects of a larger problem. The problem is one of power. Migrant workers are totally powerless. Their lives are controlled by a very indifferent agricultural industry, and that the real issue in the campaign is the right of self-determination and the right of the workers to sit down with their employer at the bargaining table to discuss the issues that affect their lives. And once the farm workers have political power, it's then that they can begin to discuss the issues of poverty and formal education, because these are only aspects of the larger problem. And what the union represents is political power. It represents the right of self-determination and the dignity of the workers. So, well, anyways, it seems that if we can get the last few large growers to come to the bargaining table, that the grape strike will finally culminate. But actually, the struggle of farm workers is just beginning, because we see the grape struggle, is sort of a vanguard of a larger national farm labor movement. That there are approximately 3 million farm workers who have yet to be protected by a union contract, and we're trying to organize them as fast as possible. Already in the peach orchards, the melon fields, and the lettuce fields of the Southwest, workers are walking off their jobs and demanding equal treatment, and just wages, and union recognition. And the United Farm Workers Organizing Committee, which is coordinating the grape strike, is in tremendous demand to send organizers down to these areas, but they lack the resources to do so. United Farm Workers is having enough trouble just in maintaining the grape strike. And you might think that with the new contracts that the union has now become self-sufficient, but this is not true. Only 15% of the union's operations are funded by union dues. Most of the money that's being earned from union dues now are going to programs which will make the Farm Workers Organization self-sufficient so that they can become autonomous eventually. 8 cents out of every 8 cents, an average of 8 cents an hour is set aside for the development fund for aged farm workers that have work in the fields and that have no pension or nowhere to go right now. And plus there are programs of life insurance and things like that. But when the AFL-CIO agreed to help the farm workers, they had no illusions about building an autonomous organization overnight. That farm workers have been in a state of powerlessness for over 100 years, and this is going to take time. And the United Farm Workers are dependent as much as ever on labor contributions to maintain their union. So we'd certainly appreciate whatever financial support you could give us. I think it's important to know that whatever happens to the grape strike at this point, whether they get these last few growers or not, that the movement has been a success, as demonstrated by the contracts. And it appears that, as a few years ago, the talk about a farm workers union and organizing farm work was completely out of the question. That was something not even conceived of. But the farm workers' struggle in California and in the grape fields has shown that a viable farm workers organization can be built. And I think it's important to note that this not only marks a victory for farm workers, but for the whole labor movement as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Brother Patterson. I understand that you have a box outside, a little jar or something, don't you, to put money in? What have you got? We usually get a syrup bucket over here, is what we usually pass around. Anyhow, he's got a container out there and would be happy for anyone to make a contribution to the Farm Workers Organization. We appreciate your remarks very much, and we'll certainly do what we can to assist this organization in their efforts. I'm going to ask the chairman of all the committees that have not reported yet to come up and get on the podium while I introduce the next speaker. We have a gentleman with us that's been around for the full 3 days of the convention, and he's been kind enough to allow me to shuttle him all over the place as far as his time on the program is concerned. And of course, I don't think he needs much introduction to many of you. Many of you know him already. He's a member, or a former member, of the Communication Workers of America. He's presently serving as labor's liaison man for the American Red Cross. He spent several weeks in our state about a year ago when that terrible hurricane hit the Gulf Coast and virtually wiped it out. I met him in Hattiesburg the day after this thing hit. About the closest place we could get to the Gulf Coast at that time and still find any motel or hotel accommodations. And we drove into Gulfport from Hattiesburg and attempted to locate some of our labor leaders over there. And it was quite an experience. It would take all day sometime to find just one or two people with the lines of communication being out. And we had to climb over trees and debris and everything else to find those people. Then we went to Pascagoula, finally decided the best thing to do is go to Pascagoula and check that area out, which wasn't hit quite as bad. We were able to get some of our people together and proceed to advise them as to what some of the things that they could do, the type of assistance that Red Cross and other groups would be able to give our membership. And then we eventually set up a meeting at Keesler Air Force Base over here and got in some of the local people there and did the same thing. And without going into a lot of other details about the situation, I'd like to present to you now Walter Holmes, the labor's liaison man of the Red Cross, who, as I said, spent several weeks here, right here in this area. Walter?
Thank you, Claude. Mr. Chairman, guests, and delegates to the Mississippi AFL-CIO. I know a lot of you have a good distance to travel this afternoon, so I'll try to make my remarks briefer than I had originally intended. This afternoon I could proceed to tell you all what the Red Cross did for the people along the Mississippi Gulf Coast area following Hurricane Camille. However, I am not going to do that. If any of you all are interested in statistics, which I'm sure most of you find them boring, inside of your kit that has been given to each of you is a brochure that the Red Cross published that gives all kind of statistics and tells everything that the Red Cross did. So I won't go into that. There's only two statistics that I would like to mention briefly. One, the number of people that applied to Red Cross for assistance along this area following Hurricane Camille, which was in excess of 29,000 families. The second statistic that I would like to give to you is the amount of money that the Red Cross spent on victims of Hurricane Camille, which is in excess at this time of $20 million. Now, $20 million sounds like a tremendous amount of money, but when you divide 29,000 families into $20 million, you find out that per family, this is not a whole lot of money. So what I'd like to do today basically is to give to you the policy of the American Red Cross, because in my viewpoint, the Red Cross is about the most misunderstood organization that I know of next to the labor movement. And I hope that when I leave this afternoon that you will be a little more aware of the exact role of the American Red Cross in the time of the disaster. Before I proceed with that, I would like to correct
Claude on two statements that he made in introducing me. One, I am still a member of the Communication Workers of America. And number two, I spent approximately 4 months over here rather than several weeks.
4 months?
Before I can go on to that too, let me personally express my appreciation to Claude Ramsey, Tom Knight, and to the numerous other labor leaders along the Mississippi Gulf Coast that without their great help and assistance, my job would have been much greater and much harder than it was. So publicly, I would like to state this to this group this afternoon. The Red Cross operation basically consists of 3 phases. The first phase is before the disaster occurs, which at that time they come into an area, if it's threatened, and set up shelters that people can leave their homes and go to these shelters before a disaster actually strikes. In this particular case along the Gulf Coast, Hurricane Camille. If a lot of the people had not got out of this area and had gone to these shelters that had been opened up by the American Red Cross, just possibly literally thousands of people would have been killed. And as you know, it was a high death toll anyway. All they do in these centers is keep the people there as long as necessary. They feed them, they furnish whatever they need, free of charge. On Hurricane Camille, because of the devastation that was created, some of these centers were kept open as long as 3.5 months. And these people were fed this entire period and furnished whatever need they might have, as far as baby diapers, for instance, is in great need in a shelter during this period of time. After that, the second phase is what is known as the emergency assistance. At this time, anyone can go to the American Red Cross Application Center and receive from the American Red Cross, without any verification whatsoever, bedding, a change of clothes, and food, or either a food purchase order. This is just to tide people over, because following a disaster, there are always a shortage of food in a lot of instances, and clothes and what have you. At that time, when the people apply for this assistance, they are given a form by the American Red Cross caseworker, which is known as the 5141 form. There are some questions that have to be answered on this form, and the form is supposed to be returned to the American Red Cross Center. This form then goes on into the third phase of the operation of the American Red Cross in a disaster, and that is where they work with the family. And this is the key, to see how the Red Cross can help the family help themselves. And this is the part that is so grossly misunderstood by the average person, as well as the average union person, which is what I'm concerned with. Because I have seen people leave a Red Cross center perfectly satisfied. Maybe they had been given $1,000 for a purchase order to buy furniture, and maybe $1,500 to $2,000 to repair their home. And they left there perfectly satisfied. But when they got back to their respective neighborhood and talking to their neighbors, they found out that some of their neighbors got more than they did. Then they, in turn, was met at the Red Cross, and usually I'd get a call. Now, as far as I'm concerned, as far as the American Red Cross is concerned, and as far as the AFL-CIO Executive Board is concerned, the policy of the Red Cross is a correct one and a right and just one. As Claude mentioned to you, we attended and spoke before as many union groups as we possibly could immediately following Hurricane Camille. And I speak as frankly as I know how to these groups, and I let each and every one know that if they have a legitimate complaint and they contact me through their BA or their local president, that I will see that it is straightened out. However, if they make an unreasonable demand upon me, that I will attempt to do nothing about it. The only way I can be effective in the role that I'm in as a member of the AFL-CIO Community Services Department with the Red Cross is to keep certain relationships with Red Cross people. Caseworkers are a unique breed of people. They do not like their decisions questioned, and I question them quite frequently. And I'm cussed and discussed quite a bit among Red Cross caseworkers. But nevertheless, if I'm going to be effective to serve the members that you people represent, then I have to have a relationship with these people, and they have to know and respect me and not think that I'm there trying to get by with something that a person is not entitled to. So if a BA or a local president or individual rank and file member makes an unreasonable request, then I do nothing about it. I try my darndest to explain to him the reason why his request is unreasonable. I attempt to do with disaster victims the same identical thing that I did with the membership that I was fortunate to represent when I was a business agent. And if they right, come hell or high water, I'll try to straighten it out. If they're wrong, then I'll so inform them and try to explain to them why they are. Personally, most people do not understand Red Cross, as I've already stated, and particularly the disaster policies. George Meany supports wholeheartedly the policies that the Red Cross is operating under at this time. They are, however, the American Red Cross says, at this time, they have a task force from within Red Cross talking to people from throughout the country that are coming before this group to give their viewpoint on what the Red Cross could do to better the policy in regards to assisting the disaster victims. Your president, Claude Ramsey, was supposed to have been one of the persons that would have testified before this committee. Unfortunately, they were meeting this week, yesterday to be exact, in Charlottesville, Virginia. And of course, Claude, being his convention was going to be held at the same identical time, was unable to go. And this I'm sorry for. However, that's the way things happen periodically. I hope this briefly, and I know it's brief, has given you somewhat of what the Red Cross does. And I can say this without a moment's hesitation, that I do not know what literally thousands of families would do following a disaster of the magnitude of Hurricane Camille if it was not for the American Red Cross. Because the only agency that can help disaster victims in this country as of this time is the American Red Cross. The only thing that the federal government will do is we'll make a loan at 3% interest, which is a true 3% interest rate, through the Small Business Administration if that area is declared a disaster area by the President of the United States. Let me give a for instance. This area, as you know, was declared a disaster area following Hurricane Camille. However, Becky, the last week, or this week, again, last week, which struck the panhandle of Florida, which is a little curve there in Florida, did very little damage. In fact, for the most part, it needed rain, brought rain that was needed by a great number of farmers in that particular area in South Georgia as well as in North Florida. But there were 88 homes, 88 families that were affected. Now, this area was not declared a disaster area by the President of the United States, so therefore they are not entitled to loans from the federal government. But to these 88 families, their losses are just as great to them as any of the people along the Gulf Coast area following Hurricane Camille, or tornado that might happen up in Corinth, Mississippi, as it recently did. To the people who had their homes demolished, their furniture ruined, and their clothes destroyed, to them that's just as real as anybody that had a disaster or were wiped out following Hurricane Camille on the Gulf Coast. But the only one they can turn to is the American Red Cross. And even after the president declares an area a disaster area, such as was done here following Hurricane Camille, you still have to be able to guarantee the government that you can repay the loan before you can get it. If you can't guarantee that you can repay it, then they won't give it to you. So those people have nowhere to go but to the Red Cross. I dealt with approximately 12 to 1,500 Union families, I estimate, along this area following Hurricane Camille. And I know of individual Union members that received anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 on up to $6,000 from the Red Cross to help them rehabilitate themselves. The second thing I'd like to talk on briefly is my role. I have been in this job approximately 6.5 years, and I was appointed to this job by the AFL-CIO Community Services Department with the approval of George Meany. My job consists entirely of working with and for labor union people. I do nothing else except that. However, disasters is just one of my roles. There are many. I guess you can say I wear a great number of different hats. But disaster is one of my most important. And when a disaster occurs, I go in and try to work through the state president and central bodies and the individual local unions. And if I might, let me say just a word of criticism at this point. In my opinion, the AFL-CIO has set up a tremendous structure for a guy like myself to work through at the time of a disaster such as Camille. But what do we find? I come into a state like Mississippi and meet with the president of the state body, and we find a tremendous number of the locals are not affiliated. We come into the area and we meet with the central body, and we find that a lot of the local unions are not affiliated with the central body. So what does this mean? Instead of me being able to work through the structure, as I should be doing, that was set up by the AFL-CIO, I have to then get out and individually try to contact the locals who are not affiliated and who are not in this structure. And I think this is criticism that is justly earned for the locals, and I know none of you here are guilty of that, but for the locals that are not affiliated with the state body and the central body. And I urge all of you here to get back and try to do this, because I am always concerned on disasters that I conceivably will miss some individual union members who have a legitimate complaint that should be corrected. And this concerns me on every disaster that I go on. And in a lot of instances, it's because I am not able to contact the individual local president of an individual local who is not affiliated with the central body or the state body. And this is unfortunate. I think sometimes that we in the labor movement have become rather complacent and think we have it made and we want to sit back on our laurels. Reminds me of a joke that I'd like to tell Claude, and I hope I'm not taking too much time, that this bum was trying to hitchhike a ride and had been for a great period of time, and he finally came to the point that the next car that came along, he was going to get a ride with that car. And it just so happened that the next car that came along was a Cadillac driven by a chauffeur with a millionaire in the back. So when the car got up there, the bum got out in the middle of the street, a road, highway rather, and would not let the car pass. And this millionaire had an important meeting that he had to get to, and if he tried to pull around the bum over into the other lane, the bum would get over there and block his way. And this kept on back and forth until finally the millionaire just stopped and told the chauffeur to let him in the car. So when the bum got in the car, the millionaire offered him a highball. He had a bar in the back of the car there, and they offered him a cigar. So the bum sat back and relaxed in the grand car and was smoking his cigar and drinking his highball. A little way down the road, they come upon another guy that was doing the same identical thing that this person had done earlier. And here again, the millionaire, every time he tried to pass him, the bum would block him. So this millionaire turned around to the first bum and he said, look, he said, what would you do to that guy if he was in my shoes? He said, I'd just run over that dirty SOB. And I think this is how our philosophies change sometimes. And I think this has happened to some of us in the labor movement. The other criticism that I'd like to point out, if I might, is the, I forgot what it was. It comes back to me. Is in my dealings with all of the union groups on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, I did not find any community services committee anywhere. Now, if you check in the bylaws of the AFL-CIO, the central body is supposed to have a community services committee, state body is supposed to have a community services committee, and in most national and international unions, the individual local union is supposed to have a central body committee, community services committee. So I would urge that when you get back to your respective locals and central bodies, that you give consideration to forming an effective community services committee in your particular central body or local union. I am convinced, and have been convinced of this for a great number of years, that the community services field is one field that the labor movement has not utilized. And as far as I'm concerned, to the detriment of the membership that they are privileged to represent. There is no question in my mind that here in the state of Mississippi we have union members that are not, let me reiterate, that are not getting services that they could be getting from different social agencies or public organizations, that they could be getting if our business agents and our local presidents knew how to go about getting it. I am also convinced that community services field can help us in organizing, which I know is one of your number one priorities. It can help us in the political field or any other field that you might name. Our world today is a back-scratching affair. You do something for me and I'll do something for you to a great extent. And we need to participate and become involved with agencies in our communities and try to make our communities better, make the agencies better, both private and public. And when I use the term private, that's speaking in regards to an agency that is totally supported by voluntary dollars. Public is the agencies that are supported completely by our tax dollars. But I travel the 10 southeastern states in the role that I play, and I find and speak with business agents and local presidents day in and day out that don't know any more about the community services program or the social agencies in their community than my little boy does, if as much, because he's learned a little bit from me. And this, I think, is unfortunate. Certainly, negotiating a contract is important. Organizing the unorganized is important, and we have to set our priorities. But also, I think we have to look at what we're in today and what's going to come up in the future. And the time that we spend at a plant is going to be less and less. And the time that we are out from under a union contract is going to be more and more. So do we just sit back and become content because we have negotiated a good contract and forget about the member after that, which is today probably 7.5 hours? My contention is, and also the contention of the AFL-CIO, is that we should be concerned about our membership beyond the plant gates, because this is where he spends most of his time. I would venture to say that a lot of problems that our members get into in their plant, where we have to file a grievance for them, is because of problems they have at home. And this the community services can do something about. Every central body in this state should have labor representatives on every Red Cross board, on every agency board, on the United Fund board, and what have you. And I'd venture to say the majority of them don't in this state. Jackson, Mississippi, just recently, for the first time in the history of that Red Cross chapter, appointed a labor representative to its board. This chapter in Gulfport and Biloxi, Mississippi, following Hurricane Camille, for the first time in the history of that Red Cross chapter, put on a labor staff representative. I was somewhat instrumental in this. It took me a lot of years to do it. But other agencies don't have a character like myself. So it's up to labor. It's up to the Community Services Committee to go to a agency and say, we want a labor representative on this board. Your people are putting the money into the United Fund to support these agencies. Why not, shouldn't they have a voice in where that money's going and what programs are going to be put on and what is needed in that community to make the community better? And with that, I'll close, because I could keep on for another hour on this subject. It's very close to me. I believe in it 100%. But I would strongly suggest that you give serious consideration to the forming of this Community Services Committee. Just one more example before I close. Stop and realize, if you might, those who are not from the Gulf Coast area, that following the mighty winds of Hurricane Camille, you go back to your home and you find nothing. Your home completely gone except for the slab, your clothes, your furniture, your automobile, everything gone. Virtually overnight, everything you have worked and earned and saved has been wiped out. This is a terrifying experience. I was told of grown men sitting down on a log crying like a baby when they saw this. A lot of these men or these women just actually needed someone to speak to them, to kind of console them. A Community Services Committee could have done this. The average local union along the Mississippi Gulf Coast never did, until a great period of time afterwards, know how many of their members were affected. A Community Services Committee could have done this. A Community Services Committee could recommend whether or not an individual member of theirs should go to Red Cross or whether they should go to SBA to make a loan. These are the various things that the Community Services Committee could do. And if they did nothing but would go out and sit down and counsel with these people that had everything washed out and lost overnight, this in itself would have been a tremendous thing that any Community Services Committee could do. With that, I'll close. Let me say I've enjoyed attending your convention and meeting some of you that I did not know and seeing the ones that I had not seen for a good while. And thank you very much. I do have one further thing to do. I would like to present to your President, on behalf of the American Red Cross, a certificate of appreciation for the outstanding support that was given to the Red Cross by the Mississippi AFL-CIO from a financial point of view as well from other points of view. Now, I'd like to read it to you. The American National Red Cross Certificate of Appreciation to the Mississippi AFL-CIO for outstanding cooperation with the American Red Cross during the Hurricane Camille Disaster Relief Operation, August 1969. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Walter. I might say that's the second plaque that we received from the Red Cross, which simply means that we've had several disasters visit our state, which, had it not been for the Red Cross and people like Walter Holmes, that many of our citizens would not be as well off as they are today. And I do stand corrected. He's still a card-carrying member, still paying his dues, and he did spend about 4 months in the state instead of 2 or 3 weeks. I'd like to suggest something to the delegates that live north of here. When you leave, drive up the coast all the way to Bay St. Louis and get that little road north and drive up through towards Poplarville and catch the Interstate 10. Will carry you then on into Hattiesburg. It won't be too far out of your way, and you'll be able to see just how destructive this thing was, even inland back there, and see the tongue arches and things like that were completely wiped out with these great winds. All right, let's see who we're going to get first now. Brother Edwards with the Resolutions Committee. Continue his report.
There has been passed out, each one of you should have resolution number 14, and that is numbered incorrectly, and it should be resolution number 16. So if you'll change that number, the resolution is entitled, "Thanks to the Armed Forces Stationed on the Gulf Coast." If you will find that resolution and change that number from 14 to 16. I would like to read the resolution. Resolution number 16, thanks to the Armed Forces stationed on the Gulf Coast. Whereas on August the 17th, 1969, the most devastating storm to ever hit the continental United States hit the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And whereas the U.S. Navy Construction Battalion and the Air Force Training Command did come to the relief and aid of the citizens of this Gulf Coast without thought to their own safety and well-being, did give untold time and energy to helping those in distress. And whereas they cleaned streets, put water systems in operation, helped find the dead, and did many deeds of service. Therefore be it resolved that this 5th Biannual Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO go on record giving special thanks to these brave men of our U.S. Armed Forces for their efforts in giving our members and friends help in the time of need. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the commander of Keesler Air Force Base, Biloxi, Mississippi, and commander of the U.S. Construction Battalion at Gulfport, Mississippi. This resolution is respectively submitted by the Resolutions Committee, and we move its adoption.
You've heard the committee's report and the motion to adopt resolution number 16. Do we have any discussion? Let me say that I can personally vouch for the work done by these people having been here myself, had it not been for the CB battalion in Gulfport, I think it would have been many, many weeks before you'd have been able to have traveled some of the roads and highways. So this is very appropriate. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. You have another one?
No, but I would like for. Oh. The Resolutions Committee, consisting of Herbert Williams, J.O. Lee, Eloise Hampton, W.H. Wood, Maggie Shepard, T.P. McNeil, Raymond Tucker, and Elijah Lovett, worked hard on these resolutions, and I wish to commend them for their action and ask for their release from committee appointment at this time with the thanks of the convention.
You've heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Thank you very much, Brother Edwards. You've done a magnificent job. All in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. The motion, that is. I'd like to approach this situation a little bit differently, if I might. I'd like to appoint a committee of delegates from the coast to deliver this resolution in person. I think it'd be more appropriate. I'd like to get Brother Kahn over here, the machinist, Brother Price, Brother Williams, and Billy Williams. Where's Billy? Is he back here? I'd like for you gentlemen to serve as a committee to, if you would, to call upon the commanders of the two installations here and deliver the resolution in person. I think it would do a lot more good that way. Okay? Anybody else would like to be on this committee from down here is welcome to serve. All right. We'll now get the audit committee report. Brother Culper. Has it been distributed? Has the audit been? All right, then why don't we take Brother Robbins in while he distributes, while the Sergeant at Arms get out the audit committee report. We'll get Brother Robbins and get rid of some of his resolutions. Brother Robbins, Chairman of the Educational Committee.
Thank you, Brother Chairman. If you will, turn to resolution number 10, National Health Insurance. Whereas the cost of major illness today is such that the average person is unable to pay it without suffering a severe economic sacrifice. This is true in Mississippi as well as in the rest of the nation. Even though most of our unions have negotiated excellent hospitalization insurance policies, a major illness can wipe out lifetime savings. In effect, it means that the average family faces a catastrophe when faced with a serious illness. It means that sacrifices have to be made, that children are denied college education, and a host of other things have to go by the wayside. And whereas the AFL-CIO and other concerned groups worked for many years to secure passage of Social Security amendments and that would provide medical care for the aged and for the indigent. As a result, millions of people are now receiving medical and hospital care for the first time in their lives. Even so, due to the high cost of hospital and medical care, many of these people are forced to spend their lifetime savings to meet exorbitant costs. And whereas in spite of the fact that millions of union members and their families are covered by hospital insurance, there are still millions of people who do not have any insurance coverage and are not receiving proper medical care. These people are the moderately poor. They earn too much money to qualify for Medicaid and too young to qualify for Medicare. They do not earn enough money to purchase an insurance policy to insure against illness. Whereas this is the richest nation in the world, we have spent billions of dollars to put men on the moon. There is no logical reason why our citizens should suffer and die due to the lack of medical or hospital care. Several European countries have done much better job than the United States in health care, even though they do not have the resources of this nation. This is a national disgrace and should be corrected at an early date. We should lead the way and become the model for the rest of the world to follow. And whereas the only logical way to provide health care to all of the people in this nation is to enact legislation providing for national health insurance program. A bill doing just this has been introduced into the Congress by Representative Griffith of Michigan. This bill would establish a national insurance program financed through the Social Security system. Its implementation would actually provide a savings to the average wage earner because he is currently paying the major costs of the already existing programs. It would also eliminate the tax gimmicks of the rich who are able to charge medical costs off against their income taxes. This bill also provides the safeguards against exorbitant doctor and hospital costs. Now therefore be it resolved that this convention does go on record in support of National Health Insurance Program and urges the Congress to pass H.R. 15779, which is recently introduced by Representative Griffin at an early date. Mr. President, the committee concurs in this resolution and urges its adoption.
You've heard the committee's report, the motion to adopt resolution number 10. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Stanley.
W.O. Stanley, CWA Local 3511, Jackson, Mississippi. First of all, I'd say that personally I have no doubts in my mind that the Congress of this country is going to, in the very near future, pass some form of national health insurance. What I want to speak about is this issue and to forewarn some of you of what you might expect. First, I think it's going to be passed because of the sophisticated changes that's taken place in the total health care field during the recent generations. Next, because of the exorbitant cost. You've heard people in this convention already tell you that where the average cost now is $50 to $60 or $65 a day, that within 3 years, and these are the hospital and the medical people that are predicting this, that the cost in the hospitals will be $100 a day. And in this affluent society in this country that we live in, where we have mounted so many obstacles in the field of technology, including medicine, still a large portion of our citizens are not getting adequate medical care. Another reason that I think that we're going to have national health care, national health insurance, is that the day of the one ill and the one pill and the one bill is gone. We might like to have those days back again, but they're gone. This field of medicine has become so complicated that we're going to have something introduced into this state that the doctors are violently opposed to, and that's group practice. You now have a child that you're having seen by pediatrician. You let the child break a leg, or you think the leg is broken, and you take them to your pediatrician. He has to x-ray the leg. He determines it is broken. Or maybe he can't x-ray it, he sends you to a radiologist to x-ray it, who gives a report back that it is broken, and then you have to take him to an orthopedic surgeon to set the leg, who wants to x-ray it again. This is all in a matter of hours. And you've got bills after bills after bills. And what we're going to have, and the doctors are going to have to do, and we're going to have to insist on it, we the public, is something in the form of group practice, where you can go to a clinic and find a doctor that can treat what's wrong with you. Now, other countries in the world are doing better than we are. Just an example. You also heard a speaker earlier in the week talking about the high infant mortality rate. This nation has got one of the highest infant mortality rates in the world. The little country of Holland in Europe has the lowest infant mortality rate. 85% of the babies in Holland are delivered by nurse midwives. But in this country, the babies are delivered by MDs or granny midwives, the average age of which is 72. In this state, which has the highest infant mortality rate of any state in the nation, we've got counties where there are no doctors to deliver the babies. We've got counties in this state where through the political system there are no state health clinics to assist these mothers or expectant mothers or to care for these children. Now you're going to be bombarded by the Jackson Daily Lyre and the Clarion Era about socialized medicine and how harmful it is. Just remember now, will you please, that a few short years ago you were bombarded by these same media. You were approached by your family doctor of socialized medicine if we get Medicare. Lord knows they're now crying about how crowded the hospitals are. How crowded the hospitals are with the old folks. I wonder who was taking care of the old folks before we've got Medicare. And now then, they talk about, and you just recently had a program on television where some doctors were saying that everybody can get the best medical care now in this country. We doctors don't deny anyone. Well, let me tell you this. For the poor, and that's many of us in this room, for the poor to get real good medical care, you've got to have two things happen. First of all, you got to have an unusual disease, and you got to get admitted to a university hospital, and then you'll get good care. But don't many of us have an unusual and rare disease, and don't many of us get admitted to a university hospital. And I think it's all worthwhile. I don't know that the Griffith bill is it. It's the best I've seen yet. But I am convinced that Congress is going to come forth with some kind of compromise on the method of financing, and don't let your doctors and the Jackson press scare you about this one. We've got to finance it some way. We've got to care for the people. Just remember, there might be some child somewhere who could benefit from this, whose life could be saved, that locked in their tiny brain could be the answer to cancer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill, for those appropriate remarks. Very well put. Do we have any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 10, signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. You have another one, don't you? Brother Robbins has another resolution yet.
Will please select resolution number 13.
That's supposed to be on the table. What is it here?
Conflict of interest in state legislature. Whereas due to the failure of the United States Senate to confirm the appointment of Justice Abe Porter to the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court based largely on conflict of interest situation, and whereas members of the National Congress, having a light of public opinion turned on them as a result of this episode, are becoming increasingly sensitive to their own possible conflict of interest, have begun some degree of corrective legislation. And whereas at the state level the legislative body is composed of a cross-section of membership which in some cases stands to personally gain or lose if certain pieces of legislation passes or fails to pass, which constitutes a gross personal conflict of interest. It is commonly known that a large number of the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives are lawyers who are employed by corporations, oil companies, banks, insurance companies, trucking companies, loan companies, and so forth. And that list could go on and on. And whereas this relationship constitutes a threat to our democratic process, causing the vested interest, moneyed interest, to be protected in the halls of the legislature at the expense of the common people, which is definitely not in the public interest. Now therefore be it resolved that a law be passed providing that upon taking the oath of office as a member of the Senate or House of Representatives in the state of Mississippi, that the Secretary of State be furnished information on the nature of any possible employment, excluding family farm, involving any amount of money or goods equal to $500 minimum. This information is to be filed and made a part of the public record. And be it further resolved that failure to get this type of legislation passed in the regular session of the 1971 legislature constitutes a mandate to the FVL-CIO interviewing committee to ascertain the position of various candidates seeking office in the state elections in 1971. Will the chairman committee concurs in this resolution and urges its adoption.
You've heard the committee's report. The motion to adopt resolution number 13. Is there any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Robbins?
So, Chairman, this concludes our assignment. We would ask to be discharged with the thanks of the convention.
Thank you, Brother Robbins. The motion is that his committee be discharged with the thanks of the convention. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Schaefer, was not your committee supposed to handle number 12? That one wasn't in your kit either. It's the one on the state income tax exemption. Then I give that to the legislative committee. Yeah, but are you ready to report on it? Well, I tell you what, not controversial. If it's all right with the convention, we'll just go into committee of the whole and consider it here and now, where they don't have to go back and study it. That's the one on the state income tax exemption. Is that agreeable? Anyone object to taking this up as a committee of the whole? Then we shall do. Okay, Brother Chairman.
We did discuss it, but not in the final form, but the gist of it is still here. Resolution number 12, state income tax exemption. Whereas the General Treasurer of the state of Mississippi now has a surplus of more than $60 million, and whereas in the past, under similar circumstances, various selfish interest groups using all kinds of pressure tactics were able to secure appropriations for questionable projects and enterprises not always in the best interest of the public. In just a few short months, the surplus would vanish with the deficit taking its place, requiring another round of spiraling tax increases, as was the case in raising the sales tax to 5% and lowering the state income tax exemption to $6,000 by the present administration. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mississippi FL-CIO in convention assembled July 27th through the 29th, 1970, go on record as favoring a revision of the state income tax law to provide an $8,000 exemption. And be it further resolved that the intent of this resolution be implemented by drawing up a bill with the proper language and presented to the proper legislative committee chairman for pre-filing in keeping with new streamlining procedures of the legislature. And be it finally resolved that in the event the legislature fails to pass this or similar legislation in its regular session of 1971, that this will become an evaluating item in the screening of candidates asking for office in the state elections in 1971. Respectfully submitted, Executive Board, Mississippi FL-CIO. We move its adoption.
You've heard the motion to adopt resolution number 12. Do we have any discussion? I might tell you here that the last session of the legislature, the Senate did pass a similar bill, a bill similar to what this resolution outlines, but the bill died in the House Ways and Means Committee. Didn't get out of that committee, which means that we have our work cut out for us to remove a gentleman by the name of Buddy Newman from the legislature. One of the things that Theodore Smith was talking about. You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 12 signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. I've just been advised that we have visiting with us this afternoon the mayor of Moss Point, the Honorable Louis Fondren. Louis? Tell him we're introducing him back to Louis Fondren, the mayor of Moss Point. We're glad to have you with us, Louis. Looked like we was going to have to send over and get him to open this thing up the other morning, didn't it? All right, at this time we're going to recognize the chairman of the audit committee, Brother Collifer.
Thank you, Claude. The financial records were audited by the audit committee in accordance with Article 5, Section 10 of the Mississippi FL-CIO Constitution. These records also have been examined by Ray Barnett's company, Certified Public Accountant, Jackson, Mississippi, for the years of 1968 and 69. This report covers all three funds of the council, the general fund, the legislative fund, and the coke fund. On the comments on the cover, June 25th, 1969, Mississippi FL-CIO entered into a servant's pay agreement with its office of the employee, which is known and designed as an employee servant's pay of the Mississippi FL-CIO. The Mississippi FL-CIO agrees to make initial contribution of $750 necessary to create the fund, and to match 2.5% contribution of the participating salaries each month, starting with the month of April 1, 1968. And also, the insurance was updated July 31, 1969. And down on the lower part, you'll see the liabilities added was 1969, a copying machine. And the next item was two 1969 Chevrolets authorized and financed by the Deposit Guarantee Bank. Other liabilities on page 1A, continuing, was a loan of $30,000 to purchase a building, which those of you that hadn't been by, it's a real nice building for that money in Jackson. With installments of $300 per month. The first payment made on August 5, 1969, and on December 31, the balance was $28,500 on that existing loan. Now the assets, furnitures, and miscellaneous is $4,700, and equipment in the council office is valued at $26,300, which gives you a total value of a total of $31,000 for the total value of the council office. Now, looking at the audit report on page 2, and then on page 3 it has a breakdown portion of that. Now, under on page 4, which is for the years 1969 through January 1969 through December of 1969. Then you turn back to page 2, which the only difference of the breakdown and category of that expense that you'll find on the item 6 was in 1968 the fair booth at the fair in Jackson, and they had this in 1968 but did not have it in 1969. And also under the breakdown of the disbursement, you'll find added in 1969, they added an item of number 12, office building, which gave the total figures of that. And then by taking them, this sheet 2 and sheet 4, by comparison, you can see the increase of the officer's salary and other. And you're looking at the salary of the part-time, you'll find that those are made up of the elected vice presidents. Then going over to page 6, you'll find that is the 1968 Coke Fund. And if you'll note, no receipts of disbursements for the year of 1969, which makes the balance remain the same. And looking at the page 7, it would be the monies that had on hand of 1968, and page 6 would be, page 7 would be the 1968 and 69. And if you, on the page 7, if you look at the total on hand balance of December 31, 1969, you'll see that plus, I believe the speaker this morning said we had a 2% batting average in the elected legislators now, and with that balance on hand, that doesn't give you very much to start off the next round of political activities in this state. With that, Claude, I would urge that the convention accept this.
You've heard the committee's report, a motion to adopt the report of the audit committee. Do we have any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you very much, Brother Cullifer, for doing such an excellent job. I'd like to urge all of you to make sure you keep this report in your possession, that you don't allow it to get away from you. There's a few people around the state would like to see that document. Well, anybody that didn't get a copy of the audit report, hold up your hand. There's a few over here that didn't get a copy of the audit report, Brother Barnes. Will you make sure that they get one? Do we have any other committees to report? I believe we've got all of the committee reports now.
About resolution 15.
15?
I got 15. I don't believe I've got it. Has it been passed on? I have a copy of it. Yeah. Mr. Byrne, I haven't got that.
Somebody get me a copy of it. Who's handling that? You?
I got two of them.
What is this, the?
No,
By George Johnson, wasn't it?
George Johnson,
Yeah, a special committee was set up to bring this one out. George, would you want to report this one? Well, we'll have to get them properly numbered after this is over with, so we'll get them properly numbered after it's over with. This is a resolution that was drafted by a special committee out of the Jackson area, that they wanted to bring this matter before the convention. And Brother George Johnson, president of the Jackson Central Labor Union, will make the report for that committee. Brother Johnson?
I will read you the resolution as drawn up here. This is something that come up that we thought should have you should have the information on it. So I want you to ask questions after this, and maybe Jack Schaefer or some of the others that's as much familiar with as I am can answer them for you. Burn unit in a new hospital, Baptist Hospital at Jackson. Whereas the state of Mississippi has no facility for treating those suffering from serious burns. And whereas the
whereas the new proposed Mississippi Baptist Hospital to be located in Jackson is willing to provide such a facility to be called a burn unit. A burn unit is a highly specialized area set aside for the specific purpose of the care and treatment of burn victims. There are two prime factors of death in burn cases. They are infection and shock. In such cases, immediate treatment is necessary. If these two factors can be caught in time and treated properly, the mortality rate can be drastically reduced. To accomplish this requires an area which can be sealed against infection and will have its own equipment designed primarily for such a case. The present plan calls for a 4-bed unit with a special operating room and treatment room equipped with the latest devices for care of burn victims. It will be located at one end of the medical intensive care area, built in such a manner that in case of emergency, 1 or 2 beds could easily be temporarily added to the unit. The architect estimates that the total cost of the unit are $250,000. Because of the special construction necessary to shield the patient from infection is why it will cost this much. In addition, the equipment is to be placed in the treatment room will be expensive. Among other things, the treatment devices will include a paraffin bath in which the entire body can be lowered. It will also include a special whirlpool bath large enough to accommodate the patient completely. The special operating room, which will be used for such cases, also add to the expense. Many of the burn cases are results of industrial accidents, electrical burns, gas flashes, firefighters fighting, housewives, sparks from welding torches, steam burns, car and truck accidents, and many others will be treated in this unit. Keep in mind that in the burn case, hours count. There are only 2 such units available in this area, one in Mobile, Alabama, and one in Galveston, Texas. In case of severe burns, the time needed to transport the patient to one of these areas might well mean the difference between life and death. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mississippi AFL wholeheartedly endorse and support the financing of this unit. We call upon every central body, local union member to contribute liberally to this worthy cause. We also ask each local union to solicit its employer for support for this project. We further request that each CLU solicit from every conceivable source, such as all political subdivisions, political officers, state, county, and city, for funds to support this cause. Pledges toward the cost of this unit may be paid over a period of 5 years, which is the period of construction of the new hospital. But commitments should be made or pledged by September the 15th, 1970, or as near thereto as possible. Checks should be made payable to the Mississippi Baptist Hospital Burn Unit, mailed to the Mississippi AFL-CIO, Post Office Box 2010, Jackson, Mississippi. I move the adoption of this, and if someone would like to ask questions, we'll be glad to, but several months ago, these people contacted not necessarily me, but people in the Jackson area to acquaint us with what a burn unit was. And at this time, I move the adoption of it, and then we'll have some discussion.
You've heard the motion to adopt the resolution. Do we have any discussion, any questions? What'd you say?
$250,000.
That's what the cost is.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are asking for $250,000.
Now, that's when I say that they asking labor for that. But I'm not here to ask you for no $250,000. If we put on a massive drive to do this over the state, we wouldn't get it done in a year's time. What I'm asking you to do, if you do anything here today, you do what you like. You take it back to your membership and let them vote on it, what they want to give. And if they want to accept our 15 or 20,000 or whatever we can come up with and go ahead with the burn unit, okay. If the burn unit don't go through, I don't see that you'd be obligated to this in any manner.
J.B. Hanna, Service Employees, 572. Mr. Chairman, I was in on the discussion of this, and we started out to work on this resolution. I would say this, that certainly I support it, and I think everybody here should. Of course, we cannot commit ourselves to any kind of a contribution in this convention. I think that we probably would be able to get some assistance by supporting this from maybe a selfish standpoint. It might be of help to our members and families and neighbors. Another thing that it might help us a little when we go into communities organized, and as some people in this convention has run into this before, that some of the pastors in different communities has gone along with the bosses with contributions to help destroy our organizing campaign and tell the people that don't need it. And I think they could easily point out or ask them, you tell that preacher, ask him what kind of contributions have been made to help maybe some of his own family or some of his friends and neighbors if they are severely burned. So it might help us from that standpoint. God knows some of these preachers needs to be kind of straightened out, both the Baptists and the Methodists and some others. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Allen. Any further discussion?
No.
Brother Schaefer.
I know it has already gone through some minds here why call on labor. Actually, this is a second thought in this effort of the Baptist Hospital construction. They had a general organizational meeting for fundraising to raise the original $2 million to start the construction of this hospital. And it just so happened that my boss was invited into this meeting, and then shortly thereafter the architects were working on the plans for this hospital, and they imported a Baptist fundraising committee chairman from Texas. And this gentleman was familiar with the burn unit in Galveston, which the Shrine are so proud of. And he, as I understand, injected the idea of some alterations in the architect's designs and incorporate this if $250,000 could be raised. The people, the business community has been reluctant to take on an additional fundraising task because they haven't gotten their $2 million yet. They're near this. It's, I believe, 1.7 or 8 million has been committed, and this is really why labor is involved in it. If labor can furnish it, the architect will redesign the unit so to fit the burn unit. Now, if they have the commitments by September the 15th for this, not the money, but merely commitments, I have an idea if they have enough commitments, whether it's $250,000 or not, it will be altered for this. This is my personal feeling, and I'm not trying to sell it. We recognize a need. We can put forth an effort. It'll cost us very little. If the effort produces the money, then I think we've accomplished our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Schaefer. Any further discussion? Not all in favor of adopting resolution number 15, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Well, now, if I'm correct, this completes the committee reports on resolutions, does it not? Do we have any that I've overlooked? Now, I understand that it's going to be some time before they're through counting the ballots of the election, and we're going to have to move around a little bit according to the agenda, and we might say get under the heading of good and welfare while this is going on. Brother Smith?
Claude, since we've got a little time, I would like to make a few remarks here. As our speaker this morning pointed out, Senator Smith, he made
You
a
are one of the Smith boys yourself, right?
Yes, but he's not my brother or anything like that. But anyway, as he pointed out, whenever he got Labor's endorsement running for office, I would like at this time to inform this delegation that the guest that Claude introduced just a few minutes ago, the Honorable Mayor Fondren, he also accepted Labor's endorsement and wasn't ashamed of it. And I'm happy to say that organized labor did elect Louis Fondren as mayor of Moss Point, and as far as I'm concerned, we've got the best mayor of Moss Point we ever had. Thank you.
I want to pose something to you here that's, I've been instructed to appoint another committee to review our Constitution. And this election has posing a problem, as you can see, the time and so forth to count the ballots. And it appears to me that we need to give some serious consideration to changing up our Constitution whereby this election can probably be held on the second day instead of the third day. What do you think about this? We'd like to get a little expression from you on that. Then I would suspect then that you are in favor of it, and when we set up this committee, we'll ask them to redo the Constitution whereby the election will be held on the second day instead of the third. We might have to nominate the first day and elect the second day, but I think we need to do something about this because we're allowed to be here some time before this is over with. Brother Beckham, you asked me earlier in the convention to give you an opportunity to have a few words to say, so it's all yours, buddy.
Thank you, Brother Chairman. Brothers and sisters, I would like to take this opportunity to express our thanks and our gratitude to the local unions who contributed to our strike that we went through with General Electric Company last year and part of this year. 101 days. There were a number of local unions who contributed to our people locally. I mean, sent them money locally. There were local unions who channeled their contributions through their international union that we did not know who they were and how to thank them. The ones that did contribute from their local union to our local union, we did thank them by mail. But from mouth to ear, I would like to thank you again, and to the local unions that did channel their contributions through their international union. We won a victory. We're not ashamed of it. We're proud of it. The majority of our employees got raises up with the
semi-skilled and skilled employees of our two local unions there. And for many, many years, where they would get 5 cents, they got 20 cents. The package for a 40-month contract amounted to $1.05. We've made some improvement on our insurance. Next year, the company will pick up the full tab. We made some improvement on our vacation, 5 weeks after 30 years, and we got a lot of people that will get 5 weeks next year. And we got our foot in the door on sick leave, up to 5 days. So we don't think that we did too bad. And had it not been for our sisters and brothers over the United States, we could have very well lost this strike. General Electric did not only take on its own employees, it taken on the whole labor movement. 3 years ago, they lost a battle from the National Labor Relations Board to the United States Supreme Court in trying to refuse to bargain with the coordinated bargaining unit, that the 11 international unions that had the bargaining rights on the General Electric property. The company didn't want to bargain with the committee that was picked by the international unions. The Supreme Court said they had to. So they went through the motion of bargaining 3 years ago. This time they decided that they would bring it in, lay it on the table, and let us strike. And that's what we did. And with your help, we won it, and we want to thank you. Thank you, Brother Chairman.
Thank you, Tommy.
My name is Wes Moore. I'm business agent for 1493 of General Electric. That strike cost the company $170 million.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It was a victory. With no question about it, it was a victory for the labor movement as a whole. I'm going to, if you will allow me to, I'm going to bring on the next guest speaker, and then we'll come back to welfare. He was out of the room a while ago, and when I was getting ready to bring him on. Before I do introduce him, I want to take note of something here that's very important, I think. And recognize Louis Fondren. I should have also acknowledged the fact that the city of Moss Point, through his leadership, recognized the city-county union over there and bargained with them collectively. They have one of the two agreements in Mississippi with this union. This was all done without a strike, without any strife. We didn't have to go through the same thing in Moss Point that we've been having in Jackson, and we're very proud of it, Louis. We just wanted to take note of that before we pass. Let's give him another round of applause. That shows you what can be done when you have the right people in the right place in office. All right, at this time we have an old friend of ours who's been with us at, I think, just about every convention since I've been president of this organization. He's done much down through the years to aid and assist us. Frankly, had it not been for his help and assistance through the national office, I think would have probably went under back here a few years ago. Stanton Smith has served as president of the Tennessee Labor Council. You heard from the president of that organization the first day here. They have a very effective labor movement in the state of Tennessee, and my good friend Stanton Smith made a tremendous contribution to building the labor movement in that state when he lived there something like 10 years ago. Stanton has been in his present position, I believe, Stanton, it's been about 10 years now, isn't it? Has been coordinator of the local and state central body since that time. So it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you at this time our old good friend Stanton Smith, Brother Smith. Another one of the Smith boys.
After listening to my cousin this morning, I don't know whether I should speak or not. He was too good. I didn't come here to make a speech, actually, Claude, as you know. I came primarily because I wanted to meet with your new executive board and to discuss some of the problems that you share with the national office, and to see what further help we can be to this organization. I've been to so many of your conventions, I really don't have a speech left to make. It reminds me of the story about the little old man who was sitting on the front porch rocking away. Looked very contented. And this salesman came into town, and he saw this little old gentleman over there, and he had some time to spare, and he, in his usual exuberance, he went over and speak to him and said, "How do you do, sir? You look so nice and comfortable and contented here. I just like to ask you, what is your formula for longevity, for living a long time?" And the little old man kept right on rocking, and he said, "Well, I tell you," he says, "I drink a quart of whiskey every day, and about 3 cases of beer every week, and I smoke a box of cigars every 2 days. I run around with women. I stay out late every night and very seldom get in before 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And I think that's a pretty good formula." And the salesman said to him, "Well, that is wonderful." He said, "How old are you now, sir?" He says, 25. So sometimes I feel like that little old man when I come here to visit with you. But I want to say this. I'm very proud of the progress that the labor movement in Mississippi has made in the last 10 years. It's something that I can see with my own eyes because I have watched it year by year through all that period of time, and actually for some years before that. But within this period of time, you've come from a membership of 13 or 14,000 up to 27,000. You've more than doubled your membership in this last decade. And I noticed on a report lying here on the table that just in this last year, you've gained 38 new local unions with a total membership of something over 6,000. And many of these are new unions that have been organized in this state, which means that the workers of Mississippi are beginning to recognize the value of union organization. And I think that this is something I know that this is something that this organization has contributed to, and it is something of which you have a right to be proud. And another thing which I have seen come about, I have seen the black workers of of Mississippi, beginning to share in the progress of the labor movement. And I think that that is something which all of us have a right to be very proud of. You still have a long ways to go. You still have many problems to solve. But I think that you're on the way to the solving of those problems, and I expect to live to see the day when the labor movement of Mississippi will make some of the most outstanding achievements of any of the labor movements in any of the states of this union. Now, I can't make these compliments without also passing out a warning or two. There are some of the old established unions in this state which don't realize that times have changed. And unless they realize that times have changed, they may very well pass out of existence, just as the dinosaur passed out of existence. Large and powerful as the dinosaurs were, they didn't have the ability to change with changing times. And as a result, they passed from the scene and are no longer on this earth. And unfortunately, we have some old and well-established unions, not just in Mississippi, but all throughout this country, which don't realize that times have changed and which are failing to make the adjustments and the changes that are necessary to the new day. And unless they realize this soon, they may very well see their own unions destroyed. And I must, in all good conscience, pass on that warning to you. We have many problems ahead of us. We need to get ready for the solution of those problems. And as Senator Smith this morning pointed out, many of our problems lie in the political field and require political solutions. And the gains of the collective bargaining table are not the only basis by which we judge the progress of the labor movement. And we're suffering in this country now, not just here in Mississippi, but throughout all of the United States, because of our failure to recognize this elemental fact of life in the 1968 elections. And I regret to say that many of the members of our unions, not just in the South but throughout the country, succumbed to the so-called Southern strategy of the Nixon administration, then seeking office, holding out false promises that there was a way to avoid the law and the Constitution. But really, that strategy was designed not to help you, but to eliminate George Wallace from the political scene so that the Republicans could bring the Deep South into their fold. And thus assure their victory in the next election. But I think we have to admit that that strategy is not working. But the effects of it are going to be with us for a long time, because too many of our white union members and their white non-union counterparts fell for this Southern strategy, and enough of them fell for it to elect Nixon and at the same time defeated one of the greatest friends that the labor movement has ever had in public life in this country, a man whose record down through the years is unblemished on labor's scorecard, Hubert Humphrey. The question is not whether the labor movement can survive the present administration. We can survive that. But the question rather is, can we endure the economic policies of this administration of high unemployment, inflation, high interest rates? And as the unemployment figure begins to climb towards 6%, a lot of us are going to have to do some belt tightening. And this is one of the penalties that we're paying for not keeping our eye on the ball in '68. Probably the greatest long-term effect of the election of Richard Nixon to the presidency, however, is not going to be in terms of economic policy or in terms of legislative enactments in the Congress, but rather in terms of the kind of a Supreme Court that we're going to get as a result of this. He has already had the appointment of a Supreme Court justice, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and another justice, and in all probability will appoint 2 or 3 more before his term is up. Those appointments are for life, so that the policies of the Supreme Court are going to be established by the Nixon appointees for the next 25 years, not just for the 4 years or the 8 years of the Nixon administration. There aren't very many of you here who are old enough to remember the days of Franklin Roosevelt and the New Deal, but if you remember your history, you will recall that a number of the very vital pieces of New Deal legislation which were passed by the Congress under the sponsorship of President Roosevelt were declared unconstitutional by a Supreme Court that was then out of date, which had been appointed by presidents years before. So that the long-term effects are going to be felt by you and the members of your unions as the new Supreme Court, which is now being shaped by the present administration, begins to hand down decisions in areas of vital importance to the labor movement. Now, our only defense against this lies in the field of political action. A new Congress. This is our only check and balance on the Supreme Court, is the Congress of the United States. And so it's of great importance, the kind of men who are elected to Congress in the elections being held this year of 1970. Now, I recognize the problems that the Mississippi labor movement has in this area. And I know that in spite of the great progress that has been made, you're not yet ready, you're not yet in a position to make dramatic changes in this area. But you can continue to build your strength. You can build a solid alliance of the labor movement and the poor of Mississippi, the poor people of Mississippi, black and white, and a firm alliance with the labor movement can change the face of this state, the political complexion. So my admonition to you is to continue building this organization, continue the policies that you have been following, and the time will come when greater victories will be yours. I want to congratulate this convention on re-electing Claude Ramsey and Tom Knight as your President and Secretary Treasurer. Under their outstanding leadership, these things have been accomplished. You've come far and you have further to go. But I believe that you're on the way, and I'm very happy to be here again to speak to you at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan. You might want to take a break or something and come back.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. I just requested this special privilege. I felt like I should say a few words here. probably unusual, but I don't need an introduction to a lot of you people. Some of you younger ones do not know me. But this is a unique convention for me to be in, especially in this hotel. I think it's regrettable, and I don't know if these people here ain't organized. The people that works in this hotel is not organized. But this hotel was built by organized labor. It was built in the 20s when I was a boy. I had no idea that I would ever attend a labor convention where my uncle hung all the doors inside the hotel. He was a union carpenter as long as he lived. So this is a privilege. It's really something to finish school and come back many years later and attend a convention. Of course, I'm proud of the fact that I was a part of this organization and has been associated with it a long time. I was, at the merger convention here in '57. And I would like to take the privilege, Brother Ramsey, just to mention that you all have some new local unions. And of course I was away from your conventions for a while, but I'm a charter member of a new local union that's been affiliated with this organization. We was chartered in May of 1968. We hardly begun doing any good until '69. So at this time, if you would allow me, I'd like to introduce to this audience the Vice President of Local 572, Brother Freddie Pace. Will you stand up, Brother Pace? I want to also introduce, and I want to tell you this, you all think you have rough problems and you think that federal employees, they got a sop, there's nothing to it, they got it made. But it is really a tougher situation than even working in any kind of industry or whatever you all work in to service these people and get problems settled. Now, I want to introduce a man to you that signed the first card at the VA hospital in Jackson, Mississippi. Brother Lee, will you stand up? I just want to say a few things here, not to take up a lot of time, that some of you younger people may not realize how you got where you are. We got a long ways to go, but I want to discuss a little bit about from whence we came. I went to work in a plant in 1940, 35 cents an hour, and it was rough as a cob. They said, boy, if you can't get the job done, hit the card, the man at the gate waiting for your job. When you went outside, there'd be from 25 to 100 out there waiting. They wasn't kidding you. Speaking of organization, when you go out here to talk to people, even in Mississippi today, I can expect most anything. And I'm giving these younger people this information and just reminiscing a little about what happened. Brother Starnes, when he came to Laurel, Mississippi, was escorted out of town when he started an organization. Brother Matt Lynch said that he left Grenada, Mississippi in '39, didn't think there'd ever be any organized labor. In 1947, there was an election and a plant won over here in Fayette, Mississippi. And I'm glad to see the tide turn. There was a sawmill in that operation that was set up by one Mr. Gooch, and they called it the Gooch Foundation. he had a mill in Tennessee that we had under contract, and they was paying them 55 cents an hour. That was good wages then. They was working in Fayette for 40 cents for the same company. There wasn't any other recourse except to strike, and when all but just the sawyers, filer, and the foreman was colored. They struck the mill, and the citizens of Fayette got their clubs and their shotguns and says, "You Negroes go back down there and start that mill. You can't shut it down. We got to have that money to sell these groceries for." That's right. So in 1947, there was a plant organized, and they never organized. That's the kind of situation they had. In 1947, Fayette in Fort Gibson, Mississippi, they struck a plant there. The son of the plant manager walked down to where George Benton was staying and thought he was shooting him. Shot him through the window, and his shadow was in the mirror. And he walked down to the picket line and told his daddy, where there's all out there, and said, "Well, I just killed the man." George Bentley come running up and asked, "What in the hell's going on here?" And the man fainted, of course. He thought the ghost had come back to haunt him. Yes, we've had many trials in the labor movement. So don't be surprised whenever you run up on these problems. Brother Bob Starnes' brother right here in Gulfport, along in 49, and Knox Walker were down here, and they was arrested at the plant. And Knox Walker, he was pretty smart. He put Dan Starnes up for hostage, and they kept him in jail till he could go make bond for him. So then a little later, Brother Starnes and them was in the campaign in Meridian, and they came through and shot through the church where they was meeting, and they picked up hot lead off the floor that was hit the heater and ricocheted around the building. I'm just telling you these things, young men and women, to show you that we've come a long ways. We've got a lot of further to go, and these older people here has experienced some of these things. I can't say like Brother Ramsey that I hadn't been in jail. Lots of them been up to the jail, but in the 40s, when there was work going on at Anderson Tully Lumber Company, every time an organizer went to town, he was put in jail. And of course, I managed to escape that when I didn't get in jail over there. We have had lots of people shot at. I have been challenged by the police and the deputy sheriffs and the local officials in many areas of the state. Brother Jackson of the clothing workers in the 50s, early 50s, was worked over real fashion in the cornfield in Ashland, out from Ashland, Mississippi. Brother Ray Smithhart has been shot at. He's had buckshot in his car. Brother Ed Blair has been shot on a picket line giving assistance to the electrical workers when they were trying to secure a contract by a scab, if you please, and there wasn't ever nothing done about it. I've been told a few years later that the law officer said they was told to shoot me and I'd be paid for. So I just want you to know that these years that we've come this far has been turbulent and real problems. And I don't think that a lot of people, even some of the old ones, don't realize some of the things that's really happened to the people in the labor movement. Some of the young ones have been fortunate. You think you have problems, but when you go into a situation like that, you've really got problems. So fellas, all I can say is that let's continue to do the job. I want to comment just a minute on this a little bulletin or a resolution put on the table the first day, and this says, "To all personnel, subject, new sick leave policy effective January 1st, 1970. Well, I want to tell you all that I've lived through about that same kind of policy, and I'm not kidding you. And it hasn't been too long ago that Well, in 1955, for example, I saw that kind of policy in a mill in Louisville, Mississippi, where they could not go to rest without they got somebody to relieve them and had to call them over. The foreman or somebody let them go, and he'd say, "Don't be gone long." They had no running water in the plant, and then when they had to go to rest, they didn't have a restroom. They had to go out in the woods behind the mill. And then, of course, they was required to buy from the commissary. They paid 25% more for the products that they bought. And at the end of the week, they were paid off in a payroll check. If they didn't have any money, they had paid check 0-0. They would let these employees go in debt 2 weeks, and at 2 weeks they still owed them. They wouldn't let them buy no groceries till they work enough days to pay it out. That's just been in 1955. That's 15 years ago. That's just about as bad as the old days whenever they were operating the sawmills in this country, and the people is working for 10 cents an hour, 12 hours a day, or from sun till sun. The policy at that time was, and I grew up in this part of the country, right over here in Pearl River County, and I didn't know until I got out in the field just how tough it was and what some of the things was going on. But the policy I found out as I grew up, and my daddy was an old sawmill man, and that the people that own these mills didn't think as much of the employees as they did the horses. Their policy was, if you kill a nigger, you hire another. If you kill a horse, you buy another. They didn't care anything about the workers. So I tell you, we've come a long ways. You know, like the gal that advertising these slim cigarettes, but we still got a long ways to go. And it's been a real pleasure for me to come back here and have a few words to say to you people at this meeting today. Thank you, Brother Ray.
Thank you, Brother Hanna. This time we're going to let Mr. Stanley have the floor. All right, Bill, you got it.
Thank you. Under good and welfare, I have a motion I'd like to make before we lose a quorum.
All right.
I had been holding till after the election was over because I wanted the new members of the executive board to hear this motion if it passes. If not, I hope the secretary will get a copy to them. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that the newly installed executive board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO at their first regular meeting give favorable consideration to wage increases for the elected full-time officers of the Mississippi AFL-CIO who have not had a wage increase in 27 months. If we get a second, I hope these people will vote it favorably. Thank you.
You've heard the motion in the second. And I guess most of the board is here, or the ones that will be on the board. You have any discussion on that motion? I'm for it, I'll tell you. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Goodman, did you want the floor? I think we're going to have to recess for a little while, it looks like, till they get through.
Yes, sir, just one moment, Ramsey. Unfortunately, I'm not capable, I guess, of thinking as fast as the fellow that was selling the stovepipe. You mentioned a little earlier something about the election procedures, and that this would be something in this line would be taken in advisement, and of course I think the delegates here gave that approval that we look into this thing. It's something that has been in my mind for some time concerning our election procedures that I would like to inject this idea for consideration. Of course, being as dumb as I am, I usually step into the most controversial issue of anything, I guess, but I think it bears some thought, and that is a roll call vote of this convention
whereby we can speed these things up. And after all, as I look in our democratic process, I see that we as delegates are voting for other people. There should be no need of any secrecy about how we vote or how we cast our vote. In fact, it should be on the contrary. Record should be made of how we vote so that our people that we're voting for could check that and would know exactly how we voted. So this certainly is a much faster way of conducting an election, and I think a much better way. I've seen it done. I see it done in our international conventions. I see it done in other state conventions and what have you. So I'd like for this idea also to bear some thought in this investigation.
I think probably this is what we're going to go to. We've been talking about this some now. I've talked with Stanton Smith, and of course we don't have a secret ballot election because the rules of the AFL-CIO prohibit it. That's the reason you had to sign your ballot. But it was the thinking that we could do it this way and it could count the ballots a little faster. Now, it's possible that at the next convention that we will have the roll call procedure whereby the delegate would get up and cast his votes individually. But we'll certainly take this under advisement, I'm sure. Now, what do you want to do? You want to recess for a while, and when they get the ballots counted, come back, get some coffee or something? We'll make the announcement over the PA system. Just
hold it.
just a minute.
Don't get too far away. And I know you're tired, but I want to ask one favor of the people from the 5th Congressional District. We would like to see you for a few minutes back there in the back of the auditorium. The people from the 5th Congressional District, please.
I've been advised that the Elections Committee is ready to make its report for the Massey.
I will read the names of the 10 men that were elected to the Executive Board to serve the next term. Eula Lee Burdette, L.D. Clark, S.H. Dees, E.M. Grantham, Linda D. Hawks, Curtis Allman, J.W. Rainey, Howard Underwood, Herbert Williams, Robert L. Woodson. I want to express my appreciation to the committee that worked so diligently helping us get it out. We apologize for being so long, but I thought we got it out pretty good for the amount of work we had to do. Appreciate your patience. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the committee to be excused.
Well, you've heard the committee's report and the request that his committee be discharged with the thanks of the convention. Do we have any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Brother Chairman, would you read them again, please?
You want to read them again?
Yeah.
Aye. I'm advised that they've made the determination that there's not a runoff and that we will still have to compile the exact count and put this in the record. So this will be placed in the record as soon as they get it all tabulated.
You want to read them again, Mr. President?
Yeah, he wanted the names read again.
Eula Lee Burdette.
I want to ask those people to come front. As he calls your name out, come on up here.
All right, we'll begin again. Eula Lee Burdette, L.D. Clark, S.H. Dees, E.M. Grantham, Linda D. Hawks, Curtis Allman, J.W. Rainey, Howard Underwood, Herbert Williams, and Robert L. Woodson.
Oh, we're short. Yeah, we want the 5 vice presidents up here also. Well, they're not listed on the ballot, but all the vice presidents, please come up here also. We got to get the officers installed. Yes. Thank you very much, Brother Massey. I guess Dees must have probably went to his room for a minute. Well, I saw him. Hey, Carolyn, he's out there in front of that committee room. Huh? Oh, he's here? There he is. Yeah, he was out front of standing in front of that committee room there a while ago, guarding it. Let's see, you see him in his guard. All here. Well, we've asked our good friend Stanton Smith if he'd be kind enough to install the new officers. So, Stanton, it's all yours again, friend.
Thank you very much, President Ramsey. I'm going to ask the members of the audience to please rise. And the officers and members of the Executive Board-elect to please rise. The Constitution of the Mississippi AFL-CIO requires that each officer-elect and each member-elect of the General Executive Board to assent to the following obligation before entering upon their duties. So I will ask you to raise your right hand and repeat after me using your name. I, and your name, do hereby promise to faithfully perform the duties of the office to which I have been elected to the best of my ability and to the benefit and honor of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. And in the event of resignation or removal from office, or at the expiration of my term, I promise to deliver to my successor all property in my possession belonging to this council. I further promise to protect and defend the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations during my term of office. Thank you. You may be seated. President Ramsey, with great pleasure, I turn the microphone back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, let me say, I want to express my appreciation to all of you for placing your confidence in me once again. And I appreciate the fact that so many of you have been willing to stay here for the final closing few minutes of the convention. I'd like at this point to give each member of the newly elected Executive Board an opportunity to say a few words if they would like to. We'll start off with Brother Knight.
Mr. President, I appreciate more than I have words to express the confidence that you have again shown in me. And I can assure you that I will continue, as I have in the past, to do the very best that I know how to represent the working people of this state. I appreciate very much your action in adopting the resolutions here at this convention. I speak particularly of resolution number 4 and number 5. You have committed the labor movement for the next 2 years to a political education program. You have committed the labor movement to finances with which to finance that program. And let me say this, that you have also committed, each of us, as a matter of fact, every member that we represent to that program. And my friends, we will not get the job done unless everybody rolls up their sleeves and gets in it, gets where the action is. I want to take a moment to especially, I know the committees have been thanked, but I want to especially thank the registration committee for assisting us in preparation for the registration of delegates. And in the registration of delegates, unless you have served out there, you don't really know what a job that is. And they did a fine job in a very fine way. We appreciate the help and cooperation that every one of you, regardless of where you live or what union you represent, have extended to us over the years. And we beg of you to continue to go back to your area, wherever that may be, and continue to do the job. And when we call on you to attend a meeting, please respond with everything that you have. Again, my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to you for your kind expression of confidence. God bless each of you.
Thank you, Brother Knight. We'll start now and ask Brother Taylor Beathard would like to say a few words. Brother Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this real short. I think that's what you would like. First of all, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your confidence in re-electing me. I think this must be for the third or fourth time without opposition as one of your vice presidents. And I am here and now placing myself at your disposal of the council, the members of the executive board, the executive committee, and all of the union people in the state of Mississippi. If I can be of help to you at any time, under any circumstances, whether it be particularly union matters or otherwise, I would deem it an honor and a pleasure to try to serve you. Thank you very much.
Brother Edwards, Vice President Edwards.
Delegates, it's an extreme pleasure for me to stand here as one of your vice presidents, and I do so humbly. I'd like to thank you for your support, and again I would like to ditto what the brother just before me said, that any time that I can be of assistance to any union, any member, any international rep, or any organization whatever that has its objectives of helping the working man and woman of the state of Mississippi, I stand ready and pledge to you my full support. Thank you.
Vice President Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really believe it's at this time that probably conversation becomes the hardest, not only to put out, but to endure. So I'll keep my remarks brief, too. First, let me thank you for the confidence which you have displayed in re-electing me. I assure you that I don't accept this responsibility lightly. I'm at your disposal whenever I can be of assistance to you. I visualize this as the vehicle of the labor movement. As my pastor told me recently in appointing a committee, that every vehicle represented a committee because it represented movement. And every vehicle must have two things. One is a power unit for motivation. The other is brakes. I'll assure you that we have the power unit for motivation in Claude Ramsey and Tom Knight. Sometimes I have to admit that I feel that I'm the brakes. I hope that I never become anything, as far as motivation is concerned, more than brakes. I'll promise you this: I'll never become an anchor to the labor movement and cause the movement to stop. If that time comes, someone must remind me of it. But we do look forward to 2 years of real progress in this labor movement, and I can honestly say that this is the best convention, the most peace and harmony that I have ever attended since I've been attending this particular convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Schaefer. Vice President Robbins.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. There's very little left for me to say other than my sincere thanks to you for the honor you continue to bestow on me. And I can assure you that I am at your disposal at any and all times, and will work in very close conjunction with the board any step forward we can make. I certainly appreciate your reminding us and letting us know we'll be there. Thank you.
Now we'll start, well, we got one left. Brother Jackson, Vice President Jackson.
I always say the biggest to the last. I mean in size. I'm certainly honored to again have the pleasure of serving the labor movement of the state of Mississippi as one of your vice presidents for the next 2 years. The ones of you that know me know that in this job, like all others, I'll do the very best I can. I've pledged not only myself, but my members and my organization to further the labor movement in this state. I thank you.
Thank you, Brother Jackson. Now we're going to start with the female members. Ms. Burdette.
I appreciate the opportunity to serve again on the board, and I consider it a privilege, an honor, and as a union member, my duty to serve. Thank you.
One of our newest members, Ms. Hawks.
Thank you. I, as number 2 member female of this executive board, wish to thank you for the confidence that you've bestowed upon me, and I also pledge to you that if I can be of any assistance anywhere in the state of Mississippi, feel free to call on me. I do live about as far north as you can live in this state, and that, for one reason, I think helped, because we do need help in the north central part, and particularly to those people. If I can be of help to you, feel free to call on me. And if at any time that I am failing in my job, feel free to tell me so. Thank you again.
Brother Dees. He's in the other corner of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thought when Claude started this that I was going to get to be last, and I was going to get to say, well, he didn't say the best for last. But I really appreciate the confidence you placed in me. I've listened to the convention, and I would like to ask all the board members and members of organized labor that we have a drive in the state of unaffiliated local unions, and let's try to contact those local unions and see if we can get them affiliated. I also would like to say that if it's any time that I can be any help to the promotion of organized labor in the state of Mississippi, feel free to call them, and I'll be glad to do all I can. Thank you.
Brother Williams.
Thank you, President Ramsey. Fellow workers and friends, I want to thank you for your large vote that you gave me, and in particular for electing me for the second term
to serve on this board. Evidently, I must have done some sort of a job because not many of you know me, and you all seem to have voted for me. I want to thank you and tell you I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, and I'll do all in my power to serve with all my heart. Thank you.
Brother Rainey.
Thank you, Claude. Brother delegates, I appreciate the confidence you've placed in me by electing me a new member of the executive board. I've worked for the last 11 years as what they nastily call lobbyist in the state legislature for my organization, and have helped Claude quite a bit on the AFL-CIO legislative program. I think he has a little selfish motive that he wants to put me to work some more now. And I pledge to you to do my best to represent you and do everything in our power to put our program over, and thank you.
He is absolutely correct. He's absolutely correct. We do expect to get a little something extra out of that job. Bob Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to delegates of the convention. I cannot express how grateful I am to you for re-electing me to serve as a member of the state board again. I have experienced in the last several years as a member of the board many of the excuses that we've used in lieu of attacking our real problems. I can say that I'm happy that the labor movement in Mississippi, I feel, has a positive program in attacking and correcting these problems which we have so long made excuses for. And I can assure you that I'll dedicate myself to the proposition of working vigorously to the extent of my ability to help eliminate these problems. Thank you.
Brother Clark.
Thank you, Claude. I want to thank all the delegates for the support that they have given me and the confidence. And I wanted to call your attention to some of the remarks that made over the few days here that you've heard. Everybody knows what they've got to do. Let's all go back home and try to do it. Any organization, any officers can be just as effective as the people behind them support them. And one other thing that kind of gives me serious concern, although we have around 80,000 union people in the state of Mississippi, we've got a little better than 27,000 affiliated with this council. I think we all ought to go back home and do what we can to talk to the people and try to get everybody working in the same direction at the same time, and then we can accomplish our goal. Thank you.
Brother Grantham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to thank each and every one of you for again electing me to the executive board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. Thank you.
The big man from West Point, Brother Orman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to express my appreciation to all the delegates of this convention for bestowing on me this, I say, trust, this confidence, and I promise that I will always try to be, not let you down, and be, be ready and willing to serve any time that I'm called on. Thank you.
The last man, the rubber worker from Tupelo, Brother Underwood. The man that gave away the tires to the carpenter from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President and fellow delegates. I'd just like to say that I thank each one of you for placing your confidence in me and placing me on this executive board. And I'd like to say to each and every one of them that I'd like to try to work with them for the next 2 years. And I hope we'll get a lot done for organized labor. I thank you.
Now we have a young lady sitting out in the audience out there, Betty Sue Riley, our WAD director. Betty, would you like to have a word to say?
I think all of these people have heard all they want to hear out of me, because every time I've opened my mouth, it's been for money. Twice for a change.
Yes. All right, thank you. Well, we will be having a meeting of the board. I want to advise all of them. We want them back in the back after we adjourn to get some pictures, and then we'll decide when we're going to meet. It'll be necessary to meet before we leave. Now, there's only one other item of business that needs to be taken care of, and that's usually referred to the executive board for consideration, and that's selecting the place and the convention site and what have you the next time around. If you'd like for the board to handle that, a motion is in order to do it that way at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the selection of the convention site be referred to the executive board.
Do we have any, we get a second to that? Any discussion on the motion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, as far as I can determine, this is the end of the convention. I think we've had a very good convention, one of the best we've had at least since I've been president of the organization. I think it's been a most constructive convention, and I feel that the labor movement in Mississippi is well on its way to really get the job done. Again, I want to say I appreciate your support. I appreciate the fact that you returned me to office, and we got an awful lot of work to do, friends. About next year, we're going to really be calling on you. So if there's nothing else to come up before this convention, it will now stand adjourned sine die. God bless all of you.